Check one, two. Good afternoon, everybody. We are going to begin our public hearing for the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. Before we get going, see if my co-chair or ranking members have any comments. Nope.
No.
Okay. We are going to, as prescribed by the rules here, have the first hour for public officials, and then we will begin the public piece of it at 2 o'clock. So I have here, I guess there's a switch. I have Stephen McDowell with the Connecticut State Community College. And is he testifying with our chancellor, Mr. Chang? Okay, so we'll do that as a group. So please come on up and the floor is yours. Thank you. And if you could just, I'd ask this of all people who are testifying, just make it clear what piece of legislation you're going to be testifying about. Great. Thank you. Good to see you.
There we go. Thank you to the committee for having us for testimony today. My name is Terrence Chang. I'm the Chancellor of the Connecticut Colleges and University System. And I am with our head of financial aid and financial services for CT State Community College, Mr. Steve McDowell. And we are here to testify today on two bills, SB 204, as well as HB 5238. So let me begin with our testimony for SB 204. Back in 2019, legislation requiring the Connecticut Board of Regents for Higher Education to establish a debt-free community college program was passed, and this created an incredible opportunity for our Connecticut students, specifically for those students who may have otherwise thought that their dream of college was out of reach. From this, PACT was born. In the past few years, eligible Connecticut high school graduates who are continuously enrolled as first-time full-time community college students have been able to receive assistance toward their CT State education under the PACT program. So I'm going to give you some statistics, and of course, we have this in our testimony written. But for the current 2023-2024 award year, PACT has provided more than 21,500 awards to more than 13,000 students. They are benefiting now from an accessible opportunity at CT State Community College because of PACT. Broken down more explicitly, 56% of PACT awards have gone toward minimum grants, which directly translates to basic needs assistance valued at $150 or $250 per semester, depending on enrollment status. 44% have gone directly toward tuition and fee charges. For those students receiving tuition and fee assistance, 86% have their costs fully covered by PACT, while the remaining 14% receive PACT to cover a remaining balance that is not funded by an existing financial aid award. Because again, PACT is a last dollar award. PACT recipients represented 1/3. Let me repeat that. PACT recipients represented 1/3 of all enrolled fall 2023 students at CT State and 44% of all enrolled fall 2023 financial aid applicants. So 1/3 of the total students at CT State and more than 44% of those enrolled who receive financial aid. Those are very big, very important numbers. To date, PACT has provided nearly $23 million in overall financial assistance to our students this year, and we are so deeply grateful and appreciative of this legislative body and this committee for supporting PACT these past few years, because without your work, this would not have happened. Tens of thousands of students, and those dollars would not have gone to those students to help them in their educations. As we continue to stabilize our pandemic-related enrollment declines, our data on the PACT program continues to tell us that there are positive outcomes for CT State. Specifically, retention and graduation rates between PACT and non-PACT students demonstrate the power of this program. PACT students are retained from fall to spring at a rate that is 17 percentage points above non-PACT students. So the students that start in the fall, our retention of keeping them into that next semester is 17% higher than if the non-PACT students. PACT students are also graduating at a much higher, faster rate. The graduation rate for PACT students is 24% compared to 15% for non-PACT students. And yes, those are statistics, regardless of PACT or non-PACT. We certainly want to continue to try to improve. So, in short, PACT is working. And these adjustments, if approved, will only improve and expand this outstanding and important program. So before I wrap up on this bill, I want to highlight that the 2023 legislative session removed CT State Community College and its 12 campuses from participation in the Roberta B. Willis Scholarship Program. However, with an $8.5 million transfer of funds into PACT to account for this change. So the community colleges were taken out of the Willis funding, but the legislature moved $8.5 million over to the PACT program to supplement. That said, what happened is this created inequity for our students because under the Willis program, students were eligible if they graduated from an out-of-state high school. So now under PACT, they would not be eligible. Transitioning to PACT, these same students are now ineligible to receive state-based funds despite meeting the state residency requirements under Connecticut General Statute 10A-29. Therefore, we are incredibly grateful for this committee's consideration of amending this program for the better and appreciate your demonstrated efforts to increase accessibility, inclusiveness, and obviously opportunity for the students. I'm going to move quickly now to HB 5238, unless the chairs would like me to pause for any questions. Okay, great. For HB 5238, in short, we believe that an increase in minimum awards will increase enrollment. But the reason why goes beyond just the traditional dream of receiving an education. Since this funding is essentially cash in hand for students to use for their needs, extensive research shows that students who are provided basic needs assistance through monetary sources are more likely to be retained. So that increase in enrollment is not necessarily for first-time, full-time students. It would be through a retention capacity. This is especially true for CT State students, the majority of whom are Pell eligible and by definition, students in need. So the state's new requirement this year for mandatory FAFSA completion as a condition of high school graduation is likely to, number one, increase the number of aid applications we receive toward the coming year, and number two, increase the number of PACT awards that will be correspondingly awarded on a fund available basis. So we're grateful for the committee's support and your continued commitment to this PACT program. It is absolutely instrumental, as you can see from our statistics. Without PACT, we would be in a much darker place. And so we're incredibly grateful and mindful of the impact that this program has had. So without further ado, I'm going to stop talking and answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. See if there's any questions. Representative Haddad.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. I appreciate the statistics, and I don't have your written testimony in front of me, so I look forward to sort of getting a printed of that because the statistics were, one after another. On the last point that you just mentioned, one of the last points you just mentioned, when we removed the community colleges from eligibility for the Roberta Willis Scholarship, you're right. So, students from other states would have been eligible for Roberta Willis, but are no longer eligible for the PACT because of the eligibility criteria established. Of course, that wasn't, I think, our vision and what we envisioned when we were in process. This committee passed out a bill that would have extended PACT to out-of-state residents last year, not out-of-state residents, out-of-state graduates of high schools, but who are currently Connecticut residents. And it fell victim to the budget negotiations after it left this committee. So I think it's an important point that you make. My question is, are there other categories of students who are not currently eligible for PACT that we should also be mindful of? I think this is the last, perhaps maybe major category of student that would be ineligible for PACT funding, except for perhaps part-time students who are taking under 6 credits. Are there any other significant groups of students that are now not currently eligible for PACT?
It's an excellent question, Representative. I'll ask Mr. McDowell to answer, but before I say that, I just want to note, obviously this program is still quite young. It's only a few years old, and we know from the work of this committee and you as individual legislators that you are committed to equity and access. And so obviously, things happen sometimes during the legislative process. You all know that more than I, but of course we know that this is just part of the evolution of a program like this. And so we're just happy that and appreciative that you continue to center equity as part of the goal. But I'll ask Steve to maybe chime in on other categories of students that could potentially benefit from PACT with further adjustments. But I think you're right. We're probably close to identifying the major groups. Steve.
Thanks. Again, Steve McDowell, the Associate Vice President for Financial Aid Services and Title IV Compliance with Connecticut State Community College. In short, the answer is no. I think if this change were to go through, this would be the one sole category of students that I think we need to have included in the program. I think what we're going to find is that another group we're going to see come into the to eligibility that we didn't have last year are those students who may have been to college prior, but not with us, right? So as it stands now, we could have a student who went, even in our own system, to Central Connecticut State, have gone for a semester, been unhappy, decided it wasn't for them, and then the next semester come with us. Right now, they can't participate in the program. But come fall, that changes. So we'll be able to see those students come in. And we do see a lot of those, and we have seen a lot of those throughout the first few years of the program. So this, I think, is going to be a big win for those students.
Thank you. And just one other follow-up question about your recent tuition increase. A lot of people sort of feel, especially because PACT is promises a debt-free college degree with for those who are eligible now, that they wouldn't feel the impact of a tuition increase. But when we focus very specifically on fully Pell eligible students whose Pell Grant meets or exceeds their current tuition and mandatory fees, and was receiving the minimum grant, would it be true to say that when you increase tuition, that money sort of comes sort of straight out of the funding that they would have ordinarily received prior to your tuition increase?
So I'll answer broadly first, Representative, and say that obviously raising tuition is something that is painful for my administration, for the board, something that obviously we take great pride in being the most affordable, high quality education opportunity here in the state of Connecticut and serving tens of thousands of people in that capacity. That being said, our tuition increases have definitely been challenging for our students, and we fully recognize that. We have done a significant amount of analysis, especially with this most recent tuition increase that went through was voted on in the fall. I believe, Steve, you probably have some statistics on terms of the impact of the tuition increases and reconciling that with Pell and with PACT and so forth. Yes.
Yeah. So if we look back from last year to this year in terms of the federal Pell Grant, we understand that the maximum award increased about $500. I can't say that for this year yet because the maximum Pell Grant hasn't been updated by the U.S. Department of Education or the federal government. That's a lot to do with appropriations and budgeting and government shutdowns and those types of things. So it is expected to increase. The other real important thing to understand and recall is that the FAFSA has undergone a significant change coming up for this year. The estimated expected family contribution goes away in lieu of the student aid index. And the purpose of that, it's almost as if it's a backdoor way to get into free college from the Biden administration. So on the whole, the new needs analysis formula is anticipated to make more students Pell eligible. So if you have these two things competing or working in tandem, I should say, with a prospective increase to the Pell Grant when it's time and more students Pell eligible, we could see more students access that minimum award grant. irrespective of whatever tuition increases we have, that money that comes back to them is basic needs money. And those are a lot of the students that we see. Students who are food insecure, housing insecure. And even if you get down to it between part-time and full-time students, when we look at our part-time students who access that minimum grant award, the average family income is about $35,000. And that's a tough to have to worry about food and transportation and housing for your family. So while, $250 or $150 is significant in terms of what those students may need, an increase to that would be significant too.
Thank you for your responses. I have no additional questions.
Anybody else? Ready? Yes, Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you both here. Hello, Chancellor. I think the PAC program has been, as you stated with statistics, an incredible success. One of the best things that this legislature and state has done for higher education in a while. So really proud of the work we've all done with you all making that happen and then continuously expanding it. I believe I mentioned to you, Chancellor, that my intern here at the General Assembly last year is one of those individuals that Connecticut resident, graduated from lived up in Enfield, Suffield, so had gone to high school in Massachusetts, and then after high school enrolled as Nantucket, CT State as Nantucket, and then was not eligible for the PAC program. Now we still got him into the school, and he wanted to be there, but how many students decide not to enroll because they're not eligible for the PAC program, right? So this is a great expansion. But just to clarify, after this change is made and the other changes that are going to affect in September, basically every Connecticut resident that is in CT State will be eligible for the PAC program as long as they're taking 6 credits or more. Is that correct?
Yes, so long as they've been enrolled in college fall 2020 or later.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
So yes, so long as they've been enrolled in college fall 2020 or later. So remember when the program first started, it was new students, first time full-time students at fall 2020. And then the change that occurred last legislative session is to open students who had any college enrollment, but still as early as fall 2020.
Okay, so a student has started college in 2019.
They're ineligible.
Even if they had started at Central and now want to go to Tunxus, they're ineligible?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, maybe we got to fix that too.
I mean, if that would obviously require substantial appropriation into the program. But yes, it would be one that would be welcome.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's good to know. And I just Googled quickly because I wanted to check more on the eligibility, CT PAC program eligibility. And the first page that came up was Asdantuck Community College. Maybe that's an outdated page. They've been converted to CT State. I'm not sure. But when I go to that page, it said to be eligible, you must be a full-time student, 12 credits per semester. So that's outdated information, right?
Gotta fix that, yes.
Okay, just let you know, because that's the first one that comes up. So
Thank you.
I don't want students to see that and then think,
Thank you, appreciate that.
I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you so much.
And I just wanted to add, and Steve can correct me if I'm wrong, but the students have to fill out their FAFSA. Okay, so the students have to fill out the FAFSA, and then the eligibility kicks in and so on and so forth. And we do appreciate, there's been a big transition and we got some cleanup to do when it comes to some of our marketing collateral and so forth. We'll do that. Thank you.
I do appreciate your comments, by the way, about kind of clarifying that it's not free community college. And I think that's, that's the last dollar. I think that's very important, both for our students to know, but also the general public. So any other, yes, Representative Cooley.
Just a technical question since you brought up the FAFSA, which is federal. There are on rare occasions, but occasions, where the parents won't sign off on the FAFSA. Is there any mechanism to deal with that? Especially dealing with children whose parents have had maybe very nasty divorces. So is there any, since it's linked to the FAFSA, is there any I'm not sure we can deal with that, but I'm just trying to bring that as a potential issue up, because you do have, especially with broken households where parents may get into, we're not going
Yeah.
to sign because it opens up their finances to the other
Yeah.
parent.
If I may, Representative Cooley, what I hear you saying is if someone is not going to be able to participate in PAC because of the FAFSA situation or what have you, are there other potential aid opportunities for such students? Is that an accurate?
Yes.
Analysis? I'll let Steve answer.
So Representative, one of the things that is happening with the change to the FAFSA, I think is really going to help this particular situation. So in the past, if we're doing a FAFSA together, you as a parent, we would normally sit down together, go through, and then an awkward point comes where I need to disclose my income information. That might not be something that you want me to know as a student or as your child. What happens, excuse me, with the 24-25 FAFSA is the tax information is directly linked with the IRS. So you have to go through and do a validation to identify, you are who you are, but then you can't even see the numbers that come back from the IRS. It's all, there's a bunch of X's instead of numbers. And, I'd gone through this just to test it out myself to see what it looks like. And that's even the same for a spouse. So if we filed a joint tax return, we'd have to go through, you enter the other person's email address, they get a special code to go in, input their information from the IRS. So really there's no viewing of any financial numbers, which is usually the biggest concern from parents not wanting to know, not having their kids wanting to know what they make. So that I think is going to combat a lot of it, and when there are instances of, nasty divorces and parents arguing over who should be responsible for what, that's going to continue no matter what. Those things we can't, necessarily change, but the thing we as aid administrators continue to do is remind folks that it's a non-binding application, right? It doesn't sign you up for a loan. It doesn't pull your credit. It doesn't do any of those things except help establish your child an opportunity to go to college and receive financial aid.
Yeah, and I'll simply add just quickly is that there are scholarships available and we will continue to promote them and market them and try to do an even better job of that. And we have also had conversations historically, institutions in our community college system had not wanted to offer institutional aid. But if you look at the way our universities function within our own system, institutional aid, again, is a part of the budget and it feeds back into the enrollment because we're supporting students, right? And so we've definitely had those discussions to try to advance that at the community college as well. So trying to just help out as many students as possible to get the resources they need so that they can partake.
Thank you. And thank you for the information on the changes in the FAFSA. It's greatly appreciated.
Great. I do not see any other questions. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you to
Appreciate
the
it.
committee. Appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, so our next speaker is Daryl Stark, and he is joining us remotely. And then on deck, I see is Jessica Cornell, and she's going to be remote as well. So to Daryl, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for having me today. Honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. As you said, my name is Daryl Stark, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Associate Vice Provost for Student Success here at the University of Connecticut. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the university in support of House Bill 5239, an act expanding the Connecticut Collegiate Awareness and Preparation Program. As part of my role, I've worked with our pre-college access team in the Center for Access and Post-Secondary Success here at UConn to develop and implement CONCAP projects across the state. Today, we serve over 200 students in multiple high schools, with 100% of our seniors having graduated high school and 94% of them enrolling in a post-secondary institution just last year. CONCAP's mission is simple: motivate and prepare some of our most promising but sometimes underserved and under-resourced students to succeed at the secondary and post-secondary levels. To do this, organizations are given the opportunity to be innovative and creative to meet the needs of our students, working in collaboration with individual schools and school districts, so our solutions are targeted for what our particular students need to succeed in and out of their particular classrooms. This model helps us to help our state live up to its goal of providing equitable educational opportunities to our students, regardless of their backgrounds. This reason alone is enough to champion the expansion of CONCAP. However, the proposed bill will help make CONCAP stronger. Increased funding to CONCAP will mean the ability for individual programs to serve more students across the state. This will be welcome to UConn especially. As a result of current funding levels over the last 2 years, we've unfortunately had to eliminate our middle school component that was originally in our proposed project. Although a hard decision to make, funding only allowed us to focus on the high school students and preparing them for college. However, as we know, middle school years are some of the most important and formative years to help students prepare for college, find their passions, and reassure them of their chosen pathway. Without someone to champion their interests and to help guide them, we leave the educational pipeline with cracks and leaks, losing students who have such great potential to make an impact on our college campuses in the state. CONCAP is one of the few grant systems that understands this need and provides the ability of programs to serve in this space. Increased funding expands our ability to serve this important population of students while also allowing programs to add students who may have missed the opportunity for participation due to those funding limitations. In addition to increased funding, the expansion of CONCAP to other organizations with a track record of success in promoting college access, it has the potential to ensure greater access to services in other communities. Despite post-secondary institutions operating programs in many communities and schools across the state, there are still areas where students don't have the benefit of CONCAP's existence. However, enabling experienced organizations to operate programs in accordance with the state CONCAP guidelines will help promote college access and preparation more broadly across Connecticut and provide students support in navigating their journey towards a post-secondary education. I'd finally like to say, and on a more personal note, I started my career in college access programs like CONCAP over 20 years ago, and I've witnessed firsthand the impact that a program such as this can have on students who are traditionally underrepresented in higher education. CONCAP has the ability to change not only individual students, but because students are among the first in their family to go to and complete college, change communities as well. Our CONCAP graduates impact the educational legacies in their families and help others see the value of completing and continuing their education, particularly here in the state. We have the potential to expand that impact to more students, more schools, and more communities in Connecticut with this bill. So I urge you to support CONCAP's expansion. And I thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony on this bill and for your continued support of the University of Connecticut.
Well, thanks for your comments. That's fine. I do not see any questions. No, I'm sorry, my co-chair does, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Slapp. I'm slow on the trigger today. Let me just say, for those who don't, just to paint a more clear picture of what these programs do. In your program, you assign staff to high schools that have a large number of low-income first-generation students?
Yes, we have staff through CONCAP funds appointed to individual schools throughout the state that provide services to those first-generation and low-income students at the high schools.
And so those services would include guidance on course selection, extracurricular activities, academic preparation, completing applications, completing the FAFSA form, that sort of stuff. Is that accurate?
Yes, it includes that. It also includes prepping students for the next year. We have summer programs in all of our for all of our participants to participate in that. Not only prepares them for college, they also have an opportunity to earn college credit when they're enrolled in those summer programs. But for those students who are not enrolled in those college classes, they have the ability to get ready for the next year. So we want to focus on how to get them started the next academic year in good standing with those baseline foundational skills that they would need for those core academic coursework.
Thank you. And you alluded to the fact that you've had to reduce some of your offerings, and that's because, as I understand it, the funding for CONCAP has been declining for the last few years. Do you have, I don't know if you know the aggregate numbers, but what what impact has that had on your program?
Yes, for us, for example, from year 1 to year 2, UConn alone, we saw about a 60 to 70% decrease in funding, which meant we had to eliminate some positions that were directly providing advising and college counseling support services to different schools. As I've said, we also eliminated our middle school component with that we were focusing heavily in the Hartford district. And we had to reduce the number of students that we were targeting to be able to best provide the most effective and efficient services to those students.
So my last question will be just about the intersection between these words that I've just used, low income, first generation, and other demographic information, right? So this past summer, the U.S. Supreme Court prohibited the explicit use of race in college admissions processes. We know that there's a strong correlation, not an absolute one, but a strong correlation between first generation and low income, and the likelihood that they are, African American or Hispanic. And what we've heard, I think, from institutions is that in order to maintain the same progress that we've made in ensuring that students from all demographic backgrounds make it into college, is that we need to double down on programs that help first generation low income students successfully matriculate into their college of their choice. Could you just comment on the impact of the Supreme Court decision on the university's plans to and hopes to continue to enroll a student body that's reflective of the state as a whole?
Yes, what I will say, the University of Connecticut has continuously had a holistic admissions process that looks at students again holistically, focuses on academic performance, but also participation, adversity, and things of that nature. What we have remained committed to diversity at the University of Connecticut, but as a lot of our programs that have focused on access have historically focused on underrepresented and not race or ethnicity. And so, for example, our summer bridge programs that do offer alternative admissions to students who, from the state of Connecticut, we have historically been focused exclusively on first generation and low income students in the state of Connecticut to provide them avenues at all of our campuses to be able to enroll. We enroll over 300 students. We anticipate, again, the same amount this year. Across our campuses to be able to give them opportunity to participate to enroll at UConn and then to participate in different activities that will also support them throughout their entire enrollment. And so our biggest thing is we really do focus heavily on that historically underrepresented group, and looking at first generation as well as socioeconomic status in regards to that.
Thank you very much for your testimony today.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Daryl. I do not see, yes, Representative Farrar.
Thank you to the chair. One just follow up on the program elements. Thank you so much for sharing your testimony today. And I noticed in your testimony, I think in some of your answers, you mentioned that there was such a need to pursue and potentially get back to the middle school component of CONCAP. And I was hoping you could just illuminate us a little bit more about what that particular middle school component of this program is. I would love to hear more, because I know for many of us that are trying to have students pursue particular, careers or opportunities, sometimes we continuously get to them too late. And I hate hearing that we've missed over an opportunity here on middle school, but I'd love to know a little bit more about what that engagement has typically looked like for middle school and what that would look like, again, if you had the funding. Thank you.
Yes, a lot of it is what you alluded to just now, a preparation in terms of exposure to careers and exposure to college options. It may not be the intense piece of selecting majors and things of that nature, but it's more of what I like to say is helping them find their voice and really kind of see what is it that speaks to them, connecting their interests and hobbies to what career paths and majors could be. In the summer, there is obviously exposure to college campuses. So we not only have our summer programs on the UConn campus that for the middle schoolers would not be as intense in terms of taking college coursework or, selecting your majors, kind of doing FAFSA kind of information, but it will be focusing on some of those. What do you need to do as a seventh grader, as an eighth grader to get ready for college? And as an eighth grader going into ninth grade, what do you have to do to get ready to succeed in high school? And then we also take them on trips to other colleges, different types of institutions, 2- and 4-year institutions, so that they can see what speaks to them and start to get an idea of what kind of campuses, what kind of programs, and what kind of things would they be looking for in college. And as they move into high school, then that becomes a little more focused and intense on plan of actions and applications and things of that nature. We also try to also include financial literacy components for our middle school. So it may be more basic money management, whereas in the high school, it will focus and shift towards more of that how do you save for college? How do you find finances for college? And how do you also live like a college student? And so it's more of a generalist perspective that we take, but we do want to make sure that they're exposed. And something that's a component for both our middle and high school is that we include college student mentoring as part of that too. So they get to see visible examples of students who come from similar backgrounds and have experienced the journey of going to college and are doing well while they're here, so they can have visible role models of what's the appropriate path. And a lot of times with those mentors, that they can ask questions they may not ask the staff, and the mentors can help us to adjust our programming based on the comments and things that they're getting from the students.
Thank you for that greater detail. It's super helpful just for us to imagine what it looks like for this successful early engagement and exposure. So thanks again, and thank you to the chairs.
Thank you, Representative. I do not see any other questions to Daryl, so thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you as well.
All right, so up next is Jessica Cornell with Western. And then we have a number of students after Jessica. Jessica, good afternoon. Jessica, you are on mute, just so you know. There you go.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to testify in support of the Connecticut Collegiate Awareness and Preparation Program, CONCAP. I am currently the Associate Director of the Pre-Collegiate Access Programs here at Western Connecticut State University, which serves first-generation, low-income, and students with disabilities at the middle school, high school, and college level. The CONCAP program, which is one of the programs that our office serves, receives state funds, but we also have a similar program, TRIO Upper Bound, which serves the federal funds. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because in our office, we call it as one, CONCAP Upper Bound. And so when you hear from our students, they call it the same thing, CONCAP Upper Bound, because we don't tell them the difference of you're in CONCAP, you're in Upper Bound, because we try to offer and use both funds to offer a robust type of program. To backtrack a little bit, my experience with the CONCAP Upper Bound program started back in 2007 during my sophomore year at Danbury High School. My child development teacher saw the potential that I had and brought me to the Upper Bound office, in the CONCAP Upper Bound office that we have at Danbury High School currently. Fast forward a few years, I am the first one in my family, an Ecuadorian family, who came to this country when I was 12 years old, and I graduated with my bachelor's degree from Western Connecticut, received a master's at Central, and I'm happy to say that in May, I will be graduating with my doctoral degree at Western. And it all began with a visit to the CONCAP Upper Bound office 14 years ago. So you will be hopefully understand my excitement that back in 2015, I had the opportunity to become the assistant director of this program that helped me succeed in college, so I can do the same to other students. And tonight, you're going to be hearing from two of our students, Gabby Sunio and Alex Chacon, who will share specific experiences of the program. But as an administrative perspective, we currently have 100 students in the 7th to 12th grade, and we serve 3 of the middle schools here in Danbury. And we have a staff, like we has mentioned before, that helps them and the career planning as well as anything related to the college process. And in a way also helps relieve some of the load from the counselors and the teachers that our schools are already experiencing, knowing that there's a shortage between counselors and as well as teachers. So I urge you to, increase the funds for our program so that way we can continue providing unique experiences to our students, such as visiting colleges, taking them out of their comfort zone and going to speak to admission officers, making sure that they know maybe what careers they want to do. We have a summer component as well that where they take classes that prepare them for the next year. Yet this year we had to cut down to 3 weeks instead of 6 weeks due to the transportation and food costs. Now, all of our students rely on those services in order to attend a program. They're excited to come. They want to attend all 6 weeks, but they also want to make sure that they have the transportation together. They want to make sure that they can maybe have a food and have the classes and have other resources that they may need. Also, there has been changes with some of the programming that we have done that maybe where we can use certain funds. As you all know, it's also FAFSA started this year, and we have had a lot of academic advisors helping the students fill out with the process. Now, more than half of my seniors have parents who are undocumented, and that process has been taking a lot of resources due to the fact that there's a lot of issues going on with filling out the FAFSA. So providing this extra support and increase will help us, relieve a little bit of what the families are doing or to support their students so that way they have an extra hand in helping them as well. Thank you, and then I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to ask you one question. I think it's got a short answer to it. But you mentioned the federal TRIO programs. And it's been my observation that when compared to other states, Connecticut kind of punches under its weight in being able to secure funding from the federal government for college access programs. So can you speak briefly to how funding for CONCAP helps prepare institutions, and if this bill were to pass, nonprofits as well, to secure additional federal funding for the same purposes?
I think, like I was just saying before, the reason why our students don't know the difference is because we use both funds to be able to enhance each other. So we do have the funds for the federal government that we use to also support the 100 students that we have. Now, in Upper Bound, we're only serving 62 students, and they do give us more extra funds to, than usually CONCAP will give us to serve 100 students. So that is a difference in there. But we try to use like kind of both funds to make sure we're able to provide, like I said, a robust program for the students.
Thank you for the program that you run at Western. Thank you for your work, and congratulations on soon earning your doctorate. It's an impressive story, and I wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I do not see any additional questions. So thank you very much for your time and have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
I do want to make a note here to all of our virtual panelists that you have to accept the invitation that you'll see on your screen in order to be kind of admitted to the room where you can be in the queue to testify. So I think our next person on our list has not done that yet, but we want to hear what you have to say. So we'll skip over you temporarily while you're doing that, and then we'll come back to you. So next on our list then is Catherine Gutierrez, and I do see that Catherine is logged in. There she is. So Catherine, all right, floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, good afternoon. My name is Catherine Gutierrez, and I'm a first-year honors undergrad in the special program in law at the University of Connecticut. And I'm here testifying to express my sincere appreciation for the incredible impact that CONCAP had on my educational journey. So, as a first-generation college student, the guidance and opportunities provided by CONCAP have been invaluable in shaping my academic path and preparing me for challenges of higher education. One of the most significant aspects of CONCAP was its ability to shed light on crucial information about the college application process, scholarships, and educational opportunities that I, as a first generation college student, might have not been aware of otherwise. The program introduced me to the law program that I'm currently in, and it guided me towards a scholarship that I've successfully obtained, significantly easing the financial burden of my education. The exposure to various opportunities through CONCAB has been instrumental in fueling my passion for higher education. We had college tours, SAT preparation classes, and STEM conferences. These provided me with insights on the vast possibilities that awaited for me, and attending the STEM conferences allowed me to interact with college students engaged in research, inspiring me to pursue my academic interests further. And the summer program offered by CONCAP was a transformative experience for me. It not only provided me a glimpse of what the college life is like, but it also played a pivotal role in developing my intellectual skills. The classes offered during the summer program enriched my academic knowledge, and it earned me UConn credits. So on top of the credits I had from high school, it propelled me to a junior standing here, like at UConn, despite being a first-year student. And CONCAB was not just an educational program, it created a sense of community for me. The connections forged with fellow CONCAB students blossomed into long-lasting friendships. And the trips we took included like museums. These provided a bonding experience for us, and being a part of CONCAB made me feel supported. It made me feel like I was part of a community where every adult like genuinely cared about us and our success, and we were all just cheering each other on. So in summary, CONCAP has been the cornerstone in my educational journey, opening the doors to opportunities that I might not have discovered independently. It not only facilitated my academic growth, but it also created a supportive community that has been instrumental in my success. I'm truly grateful for the chance to be a part of this amazing program, and I wholeheartedly believe that other students in Connecticut should have the privilege to experience this. And CONCAB, like I said, is not just a program, it's a life-changing experience that has sent me on a path to success. And for that, I'm forever grateful. Thank you.
Catherine, thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions, but we really appreciate your time and testimony. Thanks so much. All right. So up next, I see is Nasir Anderson. Nasir is going to be testifying remotely. There you go. Nasir, so just a reminder to take yourself off mute, and then we're ready to listen to your testimony.
Yes, hello. My name is Nasir Anderson, and I am a student in New Haven, Connecticut, and I'm also a senior at James Hillhouse High School. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my testimony and express support for HB 5239. Higher Heights is one of the programs that help young students in my community from low-income households get into college, and that's not an easy process coming from me, a senior that has just went through everything in the whole process. Higher Heights empowers students like me to make that final decision and go in with confidence. And the program, you could obviously see that they're more than just a financial way to get into college. For example, Higher Heights has helped me come into school with $250,000 in scholarships and 20 acceptances going into school. And these scholarships aren't the only things that I need going into school, because the full scholarship that I have coming into private school isn't enough for me to easily pay for college. So I, of course, need to look into outside sources, and Higher Heights has helped me with that. Again, I said I've collected $250,000 in scholarships, and despite my low GPA, they have helped me and many others in this process. So yes, that's my testimony. Thank you for your time, and that will be it for me.
Thank you very much for your time. I don't see any questions, so I think you are free to enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks again for your testimony. Okay, next on our list is Gabrielle Zunio, and I hope I pronounced the name correctly. She's a student at Western. And there you go. I see Gabrielle. So good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Junio, and I am a freshman at Danbury High School. I've been a part of the CONCAP Upper One programs since I was in 7th grade, so two years until now. So I found out about this program from a family friend who recommended it to me after she had realized that college is a very important goal in my life, as in the future, I plan to become hopefully a dermatologist. Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed of going to college. I got my inspiration from my father, who is actually with me today, right next to me. And this, after I heard about this CONCAP Upper Bound program, I knew that I could not go over this opportunity, as I knew it was important for my future. I am a child of immigrant parents, and they were not fortunate enough to be able to go to college. This has limited some opportunities for me. For example, getting advice for how to make myself stand out on college applications. Ever since I joined this program in Danbury, it has helped me in ways that normal classes would not necessarily tell you. It has helped me socialize with people I never thought I'd be able to meet. I was able to make connections with people who have gone through the system of college, who had experience with it, who were able to give tips that can make the chances of students like myself in this program a higher chance to get into a good college. During the summer, we took classes that I enjoyed greatly. There were activities that involved team building and friendly competitions. For example, one of them was using short ramps where each person had to transport a ball from one building to another by making a ramp one by one. This was able to enhance our communication skills and make us work together, since everyone had to participate in it to make it work. These are great activities to get people to collaborate and communicate. These skills strengthen for the future, which is very important for us, as when we get older, we're going to need to use these skills for our future jobs. This program is also helpful for community service hours. Before I joined this program, I had about maybe 4 hours of community service in the 6th grade, which I didn't realize how greatly it could impact me if I didn't continue with this. But now with this program, I've been able to participate in many local things in my community, giving them my time to help others. For example, at Walnut Hill. Walnut Hill Community Church gives donations to a bunch of families who come in. It's a pantry. We all collaborate and help together. Sometimes I carry boxes to the cars, I pack things, or I also just set up the bags for the next time that I'm going to go. I've been volunteering for this organization for a very, very long time, many months. This is one of the things that is so important with us. This program teaches us that it's very important to include all these things for in the future. Now, please, with your help, the future of our generation in Danbury could be majorly affected if we don't get these funds. So I really appreciate your time with us, your time listening, and I hope you would understand my expressions to this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do not see any questions. Have a great rest of your afternoon. Thanks again. Okay, I'm looking for a student here, but I do not see that student yet. So if that student comes up remotely, then we'll go back. But for now, we are going to go on to our next student, Saman Haddad, a law student at Yale University. No relation, I'm told. Good afternoon. Thanks for coming in.
No? Okay, perfect. We'll restart the timer. Thank you, Chair Slap, Chair Haddad, and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Saman Haddad, and I'm a first-year law student at Yale Law School. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of the Graduate and Professional Student Senate, known as GPSS at Yale. GPSS is made up of 74 representatives from each of the graduate and professional schools at Yale. The Senate is the student government designed to function as a liaison between all graduate and professional schools and Yale University. But first, a little bit about myself. Before becoming a law school, I attended the University of California, Los Angeles. As an undergraduate, I worked for the undergraduate admissions department as a Bruin ambassador. I was one of 40 students empowered by the university to encourage high school age students from low income and other underrepresented backgrounds to apply to institutions of higher education. For 3.5 years, I spoke with students about the promise of higher education. While many students were excited to learn about these opportunities, some students sadly but correctly identified that higher education was inaccessible to them. Students voiced several concerns. Across 3.5 years, I witnessed student after student identify that higher education was inaccessible because of income barriers, language and citizenship barriers, feelings of exclusion, and amongst other considerations, the abhorrent practice of legacy preference admissions. On February 22nd of this year, the Graduate and Professional Student Senate passed a resolution calling on Yale to discontinue legacy preference admissions. The following describes that resolution. Whereas many universities, including Yale, want students to believe that their admissions process is open and fair, the truth is that this is not the case. Simply put, institutions, including Yale, give preferential treatments to applicants with familial alumni ties. The data is clear and has been for years. Legacy preference admissions value lineage over learning, wealth over income mobility, and sameness over diversity. Yale has had the opportunity to change, but has not, and this is unacceptable. Now, especially in light of the Supreme Court's misguided decision banning affirmative action, we must ensure that the admissions process at all universities is meritocratic, fair, and equitable. We, the Yale Graduate and Professional Student Senate, support Senate Bill 203, ban legacy preference admissions, and make higher education more accessible to the next generation of students. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and coming up from New Haven. I have one question for you, and that's you are, when you graduate, you will be an alum of Yale. You are testifying for a bill that, if it were to pass, would take away a very substantial benefit for your future children when they, if they so chose, would apply to Yale. That is my opinion, a brave thing to do, but also shows a lot of integrity on your part. But can you explain a little bit as to why you feel so strongly about it, that you, again, you are, one could argue, testifying in a bill that is against your self-interest or against your children, future children's interests?
Thank you, Senator. So I myself come from a low-income single-parent background, and I identify as first generation. The barriers that I faced in navigating higher education compared to some other students who had access to resources, access to things like college counseling, were disproportionate. And my kids won't have to face those same barriers. My kids will grow up in a hopefully 2-parent household in which they will be well-resourced. They'll have a parent who has gone through the admissions process, who even worked in the admissions department at 2 universities. And I'll be there to support them in a way that I didn't necessarily have when I was applying to admissions. So while it's true that my kids may not get that benefit, they will have substantial benefits otherwise. And it's not only fair to, it wouldn't be fair to the other students in the applicant pool to give them a benefit just based on the fact that I went to Yale.
Thank you very much. Let's see if there's any questions, comments. Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for coming up from New Haven to testify. And I appreciate hearing from the students in particular. And as a graduate student, you did mention, just so I'm clear, that the council of not just the law school, but most graduate schools at Yale, the students believe that this bill, they're in support of the bill?
Yes, this is all the graduate and professional schools at Yale.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then as a law, I'm not aware of the graduate schools. I know we were talking more about legacy admissions at undergraduate, but maybe this is more of a point of a clarification. Is the intent of the bill all programs across the university, law, medicine, and so forth, as well as undergraduate? Perhaps that's a question we can clarify through the public hearing. I don't assume you would know that, but that's an important question, I think, for me to consider as well. And then on top of that, I just wondered, because frankly, say the law school, do you know if the law school uses legacy and admissions for law school at Yale?
So several points to clarify. So the graduates and professional students are interested in the bill, regardless of whether or not it is used in our admissions processes for several reasons.
Okay.
First, for the Yale Law School specifically, roughly 40% of our class comes from students who went to Harvard or Yale. So the composition of those student bodies is relevant and important to us.
Okay.
Second, as it relates to the question of whether like my children will get the preference of legacy preference admissions, Yale has been exceptionally unclear. We did our research, but all signs point to yes. Currently, the legacy population at Yale sits at around 11.5 to 12%. Roughly 3.5% come from graduate and professional schools, and the other part of that percentage come from Yale undergraduate.
Okay, so that's sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
Yeah, so we tried following up with the some of the graduate and professional schools. Some of them do not use it. So, for example, the School of Architecture does not. GSAS, which is another one of our graduate schools, does not. The law school has not yet responded. But it's hard to get that data. It's not necessarily public available. So just to summarize, graduate and professional schools students are very interested in this bill no matter what. But there's strong reason to believe that it is allowed and permitted at the graduate and professional level.
Okay, thank you for that. And may I ask one additional question? Sure. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that information. And the other question I have, and I think I'm going to ask you in particular because I know you're Yale Law, is you mentioned we have been talking about how the case that reversed Bakke, the end of affirmative action, seems to be a precipitating factor in this bill emerging again in the legislature. As a future legal professional, what do you think, if legacy were to end, what do you think success looks like if legacy is over? What can we do? What do you think we do to ensure diversity in higher education moving forward?
That's the $1 million question. I think it starts with legacy, and I think after that it goes into community programs that invest in the local communities, things like admissions fairs, national outreach, encouraging students to see themselves in higher education, post-secondary institutions, a greater degree of investment, and just giving some folks some of those resources to access and see themselves in the space. There's several things like language barriers and citizenship barriers. There's large hurdles that students face, both emotionally and practically, about whether they can come into spaces of higher education, but particularly for a university like Yale, the first step is legacy preference to end the most prominent and most, in my opinion, at least one of the least appropriate barriers to accessing higher education.
Do you see any other legal remedy, or you see it just as more outreach?
I'm not sure. That's a question for maybe two years from now when I graduate. But yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Representative Cooling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. You're representing the graduate students. Do you have, has the undergraduate student government spoken out on this issue?
Yeah, we have two folks coming directly after me who are speaking on behalf of them, and then one more from Yale Graduate and Professional School and several undergraduates coming as well.
And this is one of those kind of out of left field question. Assuming that you graduate with your degree, and I hope that you will. If you're asked, what's your alma mater? Are you going to refer to Yale or your undergraduate career?
It depends on who asks me.
Then I see that you will be successful.
Thank you.
Going forward as a lawyer. That's a very good answer.
If you pass the bill, I'll say Yale. If you don't pass the bill, I'll say UCLA.
I always go back to my undergraduate, Buffalo. But and I think that's where some of the there's kind of a view of the legacy as I want my kids going to where I went and continue that. But thank you very much for your answers, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other questions. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time. And again, coming up from New Haven. So next on our list is Baritki Kasha, and I'm going to apologize if I'm mispronouncing the name. And then a much easier name to pronounce is Jim, who's next after Baritki. But good afternoon.
Hi, you guys hear me? Okay. Co-chairs Haddad and Slap, members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of SB 203. My name is Brikti Kasai, and I'm a first-year student at Yale, expressing my support of SB 203, both personally and in my capacity as an elected representative of the Yale College Student Council, board member of Black Student Alliance at Yale, and organizer for Class Action Student-Led Campaign to End Legacy Admissions. I am also here as the author of the Yale College Council resolution in support of SB 203, which I submitted as online testimony, which was undersigned by the Black Student Alliance at Yale, Generational African American Student Alliance, Mecha de Yale, Native and Indigenous Student Alliance, Asian American Student Alliance, and students of the Indigenous Peoples of Oceania, as well as Yale First Generation and or Low Income Advocacy Movement, amongst other undersigners. I was born and raised in Cambridge, Massachusetts, a city shaped by the presence of elite institutions. Although I am eternally grateful for the privilege and resources that I was able to access as a result of my proximity to Harvard and MIT, I also witnessed the enormous disparities in access to those resources and opportunities. Nowhere were such disparities as apparent as during the college admissions process. Despite attending an incredibly diverse public school, the demographics of those who gained entry to Harvard in particular were often disproportionately students with existing ties to the institution, either in the form of connections to faculty or through their status as legacies. While a majority of those students were undeniably qualified, the fact remains that they did not reflect the racial and socioeconomic diversity of our student body, a product of the discriminatory origins of legacy admissions, which is reflected in the demographics of legacy beneficiaries across elite institutions, including Yale. Although ending legacy admissions is not a fix-all solution, the Connecticut State Legislature now finds itself with a rare opportunity to take meaningful steps towards ensuring meritocratic admissions via a single act, the passage of SB 203. More broadly, the fact that universities have the ability to grant substantial privileges to applicants solely on the basis of familial ties is a betrayal of commitments to equal opportunity and has no place in our modern college admissions process. Yet what makes the continued use of legacy even more egregious is the circumstances of its beginnings. The use of legacy admissions began as an explicitly discriminatory and elitist practice intended to maintain the majority white and Protestant composition of university student bodies. Nearly a century later, legacy admissions continue to disproportionately benefit white and wealthy students. By voting in favor of SB 203, Connecticut not only has the opportunity to condemn the unmeritocratic nature and discriminatory origins of legacy admissions, but also to be a national leader in education access and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there's any questions for you. Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Senator Slap. I was looking forward to asking questions because I read your testimony. I appreciate you being here today so much. And especially I'm noting the undersigners, as you mentioned, of the letter. So I have some specific questions there because I'm thinking, this seems to be all of the groups representing students of color on campus, as well as first-gen students and students from lower SES families. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and I really am grateful that you went into in your testimony about the history of what legacy was at the inception of Yale, which literally predates our state, right? So I think that's a really important point to raise. My question to you all is, have you in these organizations reached out to the alums that were members of these groups on campus, especially like say founders from back in the day? I mean, we're talking like probably definitely older than me, but certainly like people from say our generation who were these folks when you were there. Have you had talked to them at all about what they think about this?
Considering the limited time frame that I did have to organize a lot of this, I was unable to do so. But I would say I think that the support of all these organizations is probably reflective of general sentiments amongst alumni of color specifically, or I would hope.
Okay. That would be an interesting question for me as we move on to see like if thesis is true, that would be important.
Mhm.
I think in my thought process, very important.
Mhm.
So I appreciate your answer and thanks again for coming up.
I can also say that specifically as a Black student who will have children who would benefit from legacy admissions, that's something that I have personally grappled with. But despite that, I am still strongly opposed to this measure. I think that I know so a point that a lot of people have been bringing up increasingly is that as the composition of colleges does become increasingly diverse, an increasing number of legacy beneficiaries would be students of color. And in response to that, I would first emphasize the fact that for the past century, that has not been the case. Legacy admissions have overwhelmingly benefited, once again, white and wealthy applicants. I would also say that the number of students of color who they would benefit would be extremely limited and would by no means counteract the detrimental effects of the lack of racial and socioeconomic diversity that has been perpetuated by this system. And just on a moral basis, I cannot support colleges granting very significant preferences to people in what is supposed to be a meritocratic admissions process solely on the basis of the family that they were born into.
Thank you. That was a mic drop right there. Okay. I'll just follow up to say that, I do think it's really important to remember the history, right? That it wasn't until the 70s that white women were allowed into Yale, right? So, I mean, to your point, Yale as an institution is so different today, but also to remember that history is so important. So thank you. I can tell you're proud to be a Yaley too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I do have one additional question. And, you've already done the mic drop, so maybe you'll have another one. I don't know. But so I'm going to just read you one sentence from the testimony from the president of Fairfield University, who is somebody from that institution is going to be testifying later. They say that this legislation, so the one that banning legacy preference, would be detrimental to, and this is quote, their quote, to the principles of higher education. So what's your response to that banning legacy is actually detrimental to the principles of higher education?
I would say that choosing to maintain legacy admissions is detrimental to the principles of higher education and is a betrayal of universities' commitments to cultivating a diverse student body and granting students equal access to attend those institutions. I don't understand in what sense it would be detrimental to the principles of higher education, because my impression, at least surrounding college, is that it should be founded on your qualifications. Your actions should be founded on qualifications, and that other aspects of personal background should not inhibit you from accessing the resources and opportunities that come with attending institutions. And so I think that legacy admissions is a direct betrayal of that. And I think, especially thinking particularly about Yale, I know something that they do speak a lot about is their commitment to cultivating a diverse student body. So to simultaneously continue to implement a system which, once again, grants substantial preferences based on your family, which has no relevance to your qualifications as a student, feels disingenuous, and I think is something that they need to seriously reevaluate.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Representative Cooley.
Just have one. Do you know what the actual purpose of the founding of Yale was? What specifically they were producing when it was founded in 1701?
I'm not aware.
It's essentially a theology school to produce ministers for the Congregationalist Church, which at the time, white and male. So it fit within the parameters of why the university was founded originally. It was a very small section. And I just bring that up because of Fairfield being a Catholic university. I think that element is maybe what the president of Fairfield was speaking about. You're going to have a predominance of Catholics that you would be accepting. So I just wanted to kind of point that out in the discussion, that some institutions have very specific purposes. And we do have a number of seminary colleges in the state that are producing very specific graduates or very specific cultural roles. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in to testify. I very much appreciate everything that you had to say. I will, however, just read or paraphrase from other another piece of testimony that we received on this issue. Institutions are in the best position to determine the criteria that will help them build a diverse admissions class with an appropriate range of talent, background, and interests. The determination to consider legacy or not should remain at the institutional level. I assume that you disagree with that. So if you would just expound, if you could, well, first of all, would you agree or disagree with that institutions are in the best position to make that determination?
Well, I think largely I am in support of that. However, I will say I think that in the case, well, I think specifically thinking about Yale, I mean, Yale is not isolated. It's not like an insular bubble. I think the student body of Yale does go on to graduate and have a meaningful impact on the world. And I think that the composition of Yale student body is accordingly very relevant. And I think that Yale has also always had a sort of deep connections to the state of Connecticut and the government of Connecticut rooted in its foundings. I think specifically, I know that's also an objection that Dean Quinlan did bring up in the last time he provided testimony, in that he referenced that there should be as minimal involvement in admissions as possible. My feeling is that particularly in the light of the Supreme Court ruling striking down affirmative action, that universities have a responsibility to cultivate representative student bodies, and that this is something that is inhibiting that. I think that its origins, once again, to explicitly gatekeep and maintain these institutions as centers of sort of social elitism, I think is another reason why legacy in particular is something that has to be struck down. So I think considering those origins and specifically the context surrounding legacy admissions as it pertains to Yale, generally I am in support of universities having control over their admissions process. But in this case, I think it's essential that the state does step in and take action.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to go back into speaker number, I believe, 9, who is here, and then we will jump back to the 12th. But right now, Yolimar Perez Santiago, who's going to be joining us remotely. Sure that Yolimar's
Let me see if this is right.
There. Yes.
Yeah. Hello.
Right. Hello.
My name is how are you guys? My name is Yolimar Perez Santiago. I am an alum of the 2023 CONCAP program. I'm currently a student at the University of Connecticut with a political science major and 2 minors of crime and justice and HCFS. And I'm here to speak about the higher education and why we need it for diversifying. Sorry. The program I was participating in during my high school year, it allowed me to gain higher access to education. I went to the District of Windham. The school I attended was Windham High School. In that school, we didn't have as many opportunities to gain higher ed experience or knowledge, but with the CONCAP program, I was able to go to the University of Connecticut and take in-person courses and live on campus and have that experience during COVID and after. And it really did improve my quality of life and the skills that I've learned with higher education. Being in this program, it allowed me to be able to write a proper application for the University of Connecticut. And without them, I don't think I would be here where I am at this moment. And I really love the push for this program's funding, because the program is experiencing a program, having their summers, be on campus. I was able to experience living on campus last summer, and seeing that not everyone's going to be able to experience that is not the best. Like, especially coming from a impoverished neighborhood of people of color where we're limited in background. In the university I attend, there's only a small number of people who are of color that are currently in my field and major, as well as other majors. And I want to be able to expand that more for others, especially for people who are in other like high schools like mine, because I went to Wyndham High and we were like the lowest in the county. But with the help of the University of Connecticut, we were able to expand more opportunities to those around. And I was able to also partake in the SSS program, aka CAPS, during this summer as well for my entering in freshman year. And without these programs, I would have not been able to be where I'm at and be in the position I'm in my college. I'm a freshman at a sophomore standing, and with those classes and with those accesses, it helped a lot. And my goal is to help with diversifying, especially as a current member in the BSO learning community, the Black women's learning community here at UConn. It's our first year, and we're prioritizing having as much diversity on this campus as possible, especially in other campuses around the state.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Haddad, my co-chair, has a question for you.
A comment and then a quick question. So Yolamar, like earlier today, we heard testimony from a student from Yale who shared my last name, Haddad. I want to share, I share something with you too. I'm also a graduate of Wyndham High School. Go Whippets. The dog, by the way. All right. The dog. And so I want to congratulate on your success. Congratulate you on your success. You know, I graduated from Wyndham High School a different century ago, but I know the school well. I know the community well, and I know how important you know, programming is at a high school where so many of the student body are first generation, you know, students. So, you know, they'd be the first in their family to go to college. Certainly, that was the case with me and my brothers. We were the first to go to college. You mentioned the residential program. I wonder if you could just describe us very briefly, you know, how long you spent on campus while you were still a high school student, and what your takeaway was from that experience.
So during the time I was on campus for around 5 to 6 weeks, and during that experience, we lived on UConn's campus for the weekday, and we would go home on the weekends. And we took 3 to 4 courses. I took not humanities. It was human rights and social studies, English, and what was the other one? Sorry, we had a lot. And I also took a class for college development for helping create resumes and just learning how to hone to your skills to help you with the application process for college. And my GPA standing was a 3.5. My current GPA standing in the University of Connecticut is also 3.5, and it helped a lot with credits and everything.
Great. And I know that those credits can really help reduce the overall cost of a college education. I think when I left Wyndham High, I went in with about a semester's worth of college credit as well. So congratulations on getting into UConn.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll see you around town sometime.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good rest of your day. All right. We are going to now go to our 12th speaker, Jim Zhao, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, followed by Madeline Keenan, both in person. Good afternoon. You want to make sure you press the button so we can hear you, the red button in front of you, kind of down at the, there you go. Got it. Thank you. All right. Floor is yours. Thanks, Jim.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm here today to deliver testimony in support of SB 203. My name is Jim Zhou. I am a graduate student at Yale University, I completed my undergraduate studies at UCLA. It has been an enormous privilege to attend both of these institutions. When I think about my education, I am deeply grateful for the opportunities that Yale and UCLA have afforded me. Both schools have given me an incredible amount of financial assistance, world-class professors, and abundant research opportunities. Yet, I cannot ignore the stark disparities between these two universities. Yale is a private Ivy League institution, whereas UCLA is a public flagship in the state of California. Yale practices legacy admissions, UCLA does not. Legacy admissions, as study after study has shown, stifles social mobility, undercuts socioeconomic and racial diversity, and perpetuates cycles of privilege. This reality has become evident to me through firsthand experience at both institutions. Nationwide, nearly 50% of all students are first generation, and 1/3 are Pell Grant recipients. At Yale, these figures are slashed in half. A New York Times study on college mobility rate, which is a statistic that measures a college's share of students from lower income families and its success in advancing them into the upper echelons of socioeconomic distribution, ranks Yale at 2052nd place. In fact, Yale is one of only a handful of colleges where students in the top 1% outnumber those in the bottom 60%. The legacy admissions policy at Yale perpetuates a system where students from affluent, overwhelmingly white families have an inherent advantage in the admissions process, hindering the university's ability to build a class that is diverse across socioeconomic and racial lines. SB 203 presents an opportunity for Connecticut to champion fairness and inclusivity in higher education. By prohibiting the consideration of legacy status in admissions decisions, the state can foster a more level playing field where individual achievement and diversity are valued above familial connections and privilege. Today, I urge you to support SB 203 and take a decisive step towards creating a more equitable educational landscape in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. I'm going to, Representative Johnson, go ahead.
I could defer to you first, Chair. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming. I know I'm saying that to all the students, but it's always wonderful when we have students before the committee testify on the things they care about. What school do you go to? What's your graduate program?
So I currently attend Yale University as a computer science
Oh,
student
computer
in
science.
graduate
Okay.
school.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Fabulous. I didn't know if I didn't hear that from your testimony. I just wanted to ask because I was maybe thinking I know you're not Yale Law, but well, I'll try the question as a computer science major. You're in the graduate school. So I'm just thinking about, especially for groups, who have been systematically blocked from these more elite institutions historically. And obviously that has changed, and it's particularly the past 5-10 years, but it's very recent. The influence comes as a legacy of coordinated action among these groups, I think, in a lot of ways. So I'm trying to think ways in which we could holistically address so many of these concerns you raise from a systems perspective, right? And so I guess it's a little bit like the question I asked your colleague from the law school, but in addition to, let's say, legacy as part of the tool in the toolkit, what do you think would help correct the system? It's kind of a computer science question, but not quite.
Yeah, great question. So I think one of the biggest terms in this space is this idea of social mobility. And there's two factors to what makes a college able to provide this level of social mobility. So the first one is, do you admit students who come from more disadvantaged backgrounds through various pipelines, outreach programs? And the second one is that given a student that is admitted at this university who does come from such a disadvantaged background, does your institution provide the support for them to be able to graduate and go on to a higher socioeconomic position? So I think that's specific to Yale University, since that's where I attend. I think that Yale University does a fantastic job at the second one. I think that given a student who is admitted, who comes from a disadvantaged background, they have a fantastic shot at uplifting both themselves and perhaps, their families as well. But where I think Yale really struggles is the first one, which is how many people who are disadvantaged get in the first place. I think this is a place where the walls are very high. It is very difficult for someone who's disadvantaged to be able to get into the school itself. So I think that in the future, that's certainly the direction I believe that we should pay more attention, that will help to elevate more students who come from disadvantaged backgrounds and to improve the social mobility of people all across this country. Thank you.
Thank you for answering. Appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And, I'm going to ask a question that I asked an earlier speaker, whereas you are advocating for a bill that if passed would arguably detrimentally impact your future children if they were to apply to Yale. And I want to just throw a quote at you here and then get your response. The former chancellor at the University of North Carolina, his name is Holden Thorpe, said about admittance to the Ivy and Ivy Pluses, which are a handful of other elite schools. He says, you're talking about one of the best tickets to upward mobility in human history. So there's a lot of debate about who deserves that ticket and who doesn't. So, which is why I think it's important that we have this conversation, that the state legislature and this committee in particular have that conversation. But again, going back to my question is, how do you see this? Or let me put it another way. What's motivating your passion behind this when, it's somewhat counterintuitive that, that you would be here as a Yale student testifying against a bill for legacy?
Great question, Senator Slapp. So to address the reason behind why I'm here today, I mean, I come from a background that's not very privileged. I attended my state school, UCLA, on food stamps, where I was given $250 a month to be able to buy groceries to feed myself. I got through my undergraduate education through a mix of scholarships, both need-based and merit-based. So, and I believe that in the future, if I were to have children who go through this educational process, they'll be immensely in a better position than the one that I was in. And I believe that growing up, I personally experienced that feeling, knowing that there are so many amazing institutions of higher learning, but the unfortunate reality is that given my background, the place I grew up in, my socioeconomic status, it would be incredibly hard for me to access these institutions. And that's a feeling I would not want any student in the future in the state of Connecticut to have to feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Cooley.
Just one. Isn't the purpose of elite institutions to be hard to get into?
Representative Cooley?
Go ahead.
Yeah. That is a great question. And absolutely, I think a lot of these elite institutions are difficult to get into. Statistically, if you look at Yale College, the undergraduate school of Yale University, the admissions rate is in the single digits and plummeting every single year. But just because a school is hard to get into doesn't mean it has to be inequitable in how it chooses its students. In my testimony earlier, I mentioned how Yale University has more students from the top 1% than from the bottom 60. To you, does that seem like a proportional representation of the various and sometimes very diverse groups of students across the country? Because to me, it does not. Thank you.
Yeah. Yale and a lot of these elite schools are extremely hard to get into. What you did coming from a low income background statistically is, it's incredible. It's made more difficult because of legacy. And there's a lot of studies that quantify that, wealthier families are 5 to 6 times more likely to get into, or I should say, applicants from a wealthy family with the same grades, same SAT scores, and they're 5 to 6 times more likely to get into an elite school than you, right? And this is from a study that I can pass around, but you may be familiar with it from Harvard, Professor Raj Jetty and David Deming, also from Harvard, and John Friedman from Brown. And that difference, 46% of that advantage that a wealthy legacy has over your application, 46% is due to legacy. So to my colleague's question, it is hard. It's harder for people like you because of legacy.
Yes, that's correct, Senator Slapp. And in addition, it's important to remember that legacies are not from a disadvantaged background overwhelmingly. Having a parent that accessed any institute of higher learning in America, let alone their own parents' alma mater, is a tremendous privilege. And in many ways that manifests itself in a lot of advantages across the college admissions process. I don't believe that these students need another leg up in this same process over students, many of whom are less privileged across many dimensions.
Okay. Thank you again for your testimony. I do not see any other questions. So thanks again for your time and coming up from New Haven.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Okay, we are going to go back in time here for Adrian Ortiz, who is number 5 on our list. And then we will, after Adrian, we'll go to Madeline Keenan, another student from Yale. But right now, let's see if Adrian is ready to go. Adrian, are you there? So here is Adrian.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you,
Uh-huh.
and hopefully we'll be able to see you if you turn on your camera, and then we'll be ready for your testimony.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. My name is Adrian Ortiz, and I'm here to testify about the programs. And I'm currently a student at the University of UConn. I'm an exercise science major, and I'm in the Innovation House learning community located in the Worth Institute. And about about higher education. So I was in the same programs, the same summer programs as Jolimar and Catherine. We all met through there. And it was an eye-opening experience because I was never really exposed to like anything outside of that because I attended, but I don't know if you know, and located in Hartford, it's called Buckley High School. Well, I attended Buckley High School, and our school is not the most, it's not a traditional school because our school went under renovation and we were split up, and seniors and juniors were sent to the north end of Hartford, and freshmen and sophomores were sent to the south end of Hartford. So we were both. I finished high school in middle school. I didn't have like the gratitude or like the privilege to graduate inside of an actual school. We didn't have a building. So CONCAP really like did it did a lot of students a favor of like showing them more lies ahead. It gave a broader perspective to see how much options are out there outside of AP exams and AP tests, because AP wasn't as much as other schools. For example, I have friends that went to Trumbull, other friends that went to Middletown, and other friends that went to like schools in Stanford, and they told me their AP classes were really hard. Unlike mine, were through a very slow pace. Most of the material didn't get covered, and it was really easy. But onto the programs. The programs were the CONCAP was really helpful for me because it showed me how to properly align an essay, how to properly write an email, and how to be more involved in anything. It showed how there's more to school than just high school. There's more to like it gets serious. It gets more interesting. CONCAP provided us with like trips to other colleges. It provided us with like seminars, a STEM conference at CCSU, field trips to Yale, and a summer program. And then after that summer program we did, which was very helpful, I was able to do another summer program called CAPS here at UConn. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm looking to see if there are any questions. I don't see any. So thanks again for your time, and thanks for hanging in with us here and waiting a little bit. Okay.
No problem.
Have a great rest of your day. We're going to go now
Thank you.
to Madeline Keenan, and she's going to be joining us in person. And then on deck will be I believe Emily Steves and Elizabeth, I'm sorry, and Elizabeth will be remote. Madeline, how are you? Thanks for coming up from New Haven.
Co-chairs Haddad and Slap, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of SB 203. My name is Madeline Keenan, and I am currently a sophomore at Yale University in New Haven. I am not only here for myself, but also as a board member of the Black Students Alliance at Yale. I am also here as a legacy student myself in support of SB 203. No one understands better than I the ways in which family and university intersect in this complex issue, and I believe that I can provide a valuable perspective on the practice of legacy admissions. My mother was born in Haiti and grew up between New York and Port-au-Prince, and attending a university like Yale completely transformed her life. It in turn gave my sister and I a higher quality of life and access to opportunities that my mother did not have growing up. So I understand the transformative power that attending any college can have, but particularly how a university like Yale can provide incredible opportunities to families and individuals who come from less privileged backgrounds. Though imperfect, Yale has provided my family and many others like mine with incredible opportunities in life. The same opportunity should be extended to as many deserving applicants as possible, regardless of who their parents are. The college decisions should be based on an individual's own merit and who they are as a person. When a university considers parental or familial association with the university in the admissions process, they are inevitably rejecting deserving students because of their familial backgrounds. No student should be denied access to an education because of who their parents are. Some might argue that maintaining legacy admissions is important because it allows students to maintain important familial connections with the university. I believe this to be untrue. I believe that families are stronger than that, and that school ties that rely on nepotism do not deserve protection. Families can continue their connections to the university without the universities unfairly admitting potentially underqualified applicants. Legacy students can and should still apply to their parents' universities, just without any admissions advantage. What's more, legacy students often come from privileged backgrounds and do not need an extra leg up in the college admissions process. Because my mother attended Yale University, I had access to privileges like an understanding of the college admissions process and an understanding of higher education as a whole. These privileges allowed me to be extremely successful in the college admissions process across the board, not just when applying to Yale. I do not want to receive any unwarranted admissions benefit because of my family connections to the university, and I would like for my hard work to speak for itself, and I know that many others feel the same way. I speak from my own experience when I say that already privileged legacy students do not need another leg up in the admissions process. The process of legacy admissions is unfair, unjust, and it needs to end as we all move towards a more equitable and fair society. In light of this, I urge you to vote in favor of SB 203. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline, for your time. Representative Cooley.
Feel like I'm playing the devil's advocate here, Mr. Chairman. But I do, since you are a legacy student, one of the arguments for legacy from a lot of institutions, and we'll leave Yale out of this because they're kind of the behemoth, having taught in the New Haven area at a smaller college. I'm well aware of how big they are. But there often is a connection between familial connections and legacies to a given institution and that family's donations to things like the endowment, libraries, et cetera. Do you think that if your children were to go to Yale, it would make you more likely to donate to their endowment programs, providing scholarships for future generations, or would that not be part of the equation for you?
Thank you for your question. I personally do not think that that would have an impact on whether or not I were to donate. I think that my experience at Yale and my family's experience at Yale has been enough to urge us to either donate or not based on our own experience. And I think at heart, the practice of legacy admissions denies access to students who may be just as qualified, who didn't necessarily have the same like familial background that I did. So no, it would not necessarily impact my decision. And I don't think, although I'm not an expert on this topic, I don't think that there is substantial evidence that it necessarily would.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to read a quote to you from the president of Wesleyan, see if you agree with this. Loyalty is really great. If your parents went to Wesleyan and you want to go to Wesleyan, I'll embrace you, but you can get in on your own. And if you don't get in on your own, you can go to another really good school. There are plenty of great schools, and I think our alumni at Wesleyan will be more supportive of the university because we're doing the right thing, and they won't be supportive because we gave them something in return. That's not philanthropy. That's, I think, called bribery outside of academia. What do you think of his comments? You agree with that?
Yeah, I think that that's really interesting. I feel like my my loyalty or connection to Yale, or my parents' loyalty or connection to Yale, stems from our own experience and the way that we see that Yale has, enriched me personally, and our family as well. And I don't think that any loyalty to the institution stems from the fact that, that our children or grandchildren may be admitted or given some type of advantage. And I think that the same opportunity should be extended to every student, and that the practice of legacy admissions is potentially denying students who are just as qualified from the same opportunity. So I don't think that my loyalty, or like in my experience, speaking to alumni, is based off of the idea that their children may attend that university. I think it's more based off of our experience, and the joys that we've experienced at the university. And in fact, the university doing the right thing may have an impact on even more pride in the university sort of being at the forefront of change.
Yeah, no, and that's a great point. Thank you. And I know other universities that have eliminated legacy, like Johns Hopkins and others, have seen actually an increase in philanthropy after that. My co-chair has a question for you.
I'd like to ask you a hard question, and forgive me if I cross the line here or anything like that, but I'm just curious. Your legacy, and so it's a highly selective university. It's very difficult to get into. A very small percentage of their applicants make it through what was undeniably a very rigorous process to get through. I'm not exactly sure what Yale's policy is around legacy admissions, but there's some factor included to benefit people who, like you, have had relatives also attend the university. Do you worry that people, your friends, your colleagues, your fellow students, think that folks who are legacy admissions have somehow gotten in with less other characteristics or qualifications that might be demonstrated by other members of the student body? I mean, does it concern you that folks might you seem very qualified. You're a terrific public speaker, and you've done a great job here. But do you worry that because you're a legacy, that some might think that you got in to Yale just because of your parents?
I think that is definitely a concern for myself and also for many other legacies that I know. I think that there is certainly a connotation that maybe legacies are less qualified, or maybe have some type of way that they were not as qualified. But I think that the reason why I chose to attend Yale was because of the ways that I saw how much it impacted my parents, and the ways that it benefited them. And I also think that fundamentally, it shouldn't be up to me to justify why I'm attending a university or why I was admitted. I think that it should be on the part of the university, and the higher powers, to decide how how or why a student is admitted. So I chose to attend Yale, certainly because of the amazing opportunities that it offers. But I think that Yale should take the next step in getting ready for legacy admissions. If that makes sense.
I really appreciate your response, and wish you well.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I appreciate your mentioning that or quoting from that institution in Middletown. That was very nice of you. to introduce that into the discussion. And to my colleague, Representative Cooley, you won't be the only devil's advocate here. I'm gonna jump into that game just for a second myself. So thank you for coming in and testifying. So I want to read you something from someone from testimony that was submitted to us. As private entities, universities like ours have the right to autonomously determine their admissions criteria in accordance with institutional values, mission, and goals. Mandating the elimination of legacy admission policies would infringe upon this autonomy and set a concerning precedent for government overreach into private affairs. So, not saying that I agree with that. I'm curious to hear what you would say to that.
Yeah, so I think that there is certainly, an idea that there should be some level of autonomy for institutions. But I think that the graduates of many institutions, but especially Yale, go on to have a huge impact on the world around them. And so I think that it is definitely relevant to state governments and the national government to ensure that processes are fair when admitting students, and that discrimination against students who may not have the same advantages is not present.
Thank you. All right, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to ask a question of you, but because you're a legacy, and I'm so impressed with these answers, and I'm just grateful for the thought you put into this, of course. Just to clarify, you said parents. Is it just one parent who's a Yaley or two?
My mom attended Yale College and my parents attended Yale Law School. So I'm like,
super legacy. Okay, cool. Well, this is great. Then this is a great question, and thank you for answering. I wish in some ways we could have had your Dean of Admissions speak before you, because this is probably more of a question for him. But I guess part of this will be a thought experiment. So I wanted to ask if, in the toolbox of increasing and maintaining, but increasing diversity on campuses like Yale, especially the really elite institutions, in the wake of, losing the affirmative action as a tool potentially in the box. Let's just say, and I don't know if this is true or not, but let's just say that now that, say, your parents, people in your parents' generation now have, well, you're in their age cohort, right, of like 16, 17, 18-year-old children, and they're of color or they're first gen. I mean, are you thinking that potentially, let's say that's a tool in the toolbox now because of the different student body for diversity? Would you be willing, I guess the argument is, would you be willing to give up that tool for increased diversity because you disagree with the principle of legacy?
that's a really interesting question, and something that I thought a lot about before I came here today. And I really think that there's no way of knowing what it's going to be like in 20, 30 years. But I think that even if there are some students like myself, I'm a Black woman, and my parents are both Black as well, and there are many other alums of color whose children might also benefit from the system ultimately benefits majority of white and wealthy people who are already in a very high socioeconomic class. So even if there is some benefit to some people of color who may have like slipped through the cracks or something like that, I think that the system as a whole there will be more of a benefit to Black students and to students of color in general to banning legacy admissions than there would be for select few Black students like myself who may be legacies. I think that fundamentally the practice of legacy admissions is certainly a really detrimental practice to increasing diversity on college campuses. And even if there are a few students of color like myself who are able to maybe potentially benefit from that, I think that ultimately the practice should be abolished.
I appreciate your very thoughtful. I can tell you thought about that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chairs.
Right. Thank you, Representative. Great. All right. I think that does it for questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next person on the list is number 14, Elizabeth Steves. She's online and will offer some comments remotely. You need to, well, you have unmuted, so you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Steves. I'm here to speak in support of SB 204 because it's really important. I'm from Trumbull, Connecticut, but I'm currently a Yale student. And we've had a lot of Yale students today talking about legacy admissions, which is super crucial. But I also think it's equally important that students are from Connecticut and who went to high schools outside of Connecticut are able to attend our amazing state community college system through the PAC program, which changes so many lives. So last year, I was a senior in high school going through the struggle that is college applications and decisions. And for everyone at my school, there were so many factors swirling through all of our heads. There's so much pressure, especially in Connecticut for some reason, to go to school out of state. 53% of students go to school outside of Connecticut. There's so much pressure to go to college anyway. Because that's like the one set path, it seems, at so many schools. There's pressure from peers, from the state, from teachers and parents and families. And there's so many voices going on in your head. It's hard to have your own voice speak, especially since young people aren't stupid. We know the cost of college is skyrocketing. We know that many of our degrees will leave us in decades of debt. My history major self knows that I've been told I've been in unemployment before. And it feels like there's so many decisions happening that are going to determine the trajectory of our life. And that's why a debt-free community college option in Connecticut was so transformative for me and for all of our peers. Only 75 colleges in the United States meet full demonstrated need for all applicants. And a lot of those colleges are super elite institutions that it's really hard to get into. I was very lucky to be able to be accepted to an institution that has a $220 million financial aid budget, so I could come here and enjoy it. But for so many students, that's not an option. And I didn't know if that was going to be an option for me until the very end of this whole crazy process. Right now, I have a lot of high school friends who are going to go into mountains of debt. And I also have a lot of friends who are bragging about their free college they have now and the cheap degree they'll get from UConn in 4 years after they transfer through the GAP program. And since coming to Yale, I met students from all over the country and the world who were able to come to school without debt because of this $220 million financial aid budget, but who come from states without this program and this option, and who weren't sure if they were going to be able to get to college if they didn't get somewhere that could afford to give them the quality and quantity of scholarships they needed. Having this option in Connecticut is what makes me so proud to be from this state when I'm talking to my Yale friends. I can tell them, like, yes, our weather is sometimes very weird, and Nutmeggers is totally a weird name, but we're a state that invests in our young people and gives us the opportunity to seize the future we want without the burden of debilitating debt. But each year, 3,000 students in Connecticut who meet the state residency requirement are ineligible for PACT just because of where they went to high school. And these are people who call Connecticut home, who want to stay and contribute to the state, and really want this opportunity to go to college and make their lives better without debilitating debt. And this needs to be accessible to all Connecticut residents so that we can continue to be so proud of the amazing state we call home and revitalize this incredible institution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Your enthusiasm is terrific and infectious. I appreciate it. Nutmeggers isn't that strange, is it? A word to use? I don't know. I don't think it's strange at
I
all.
never thought so, but like so many people say that, and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. Are there any members of the committee who have questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your testimony, and we appreciate it. Next up on the list is Evelyn Alonso. She's number 15. She's also joining us remotely. And Evelyn, if you want to turn on your camera and turn off, unmute yourself, you can proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, sounds good. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Evelyn Alonso. I'm a first-year student at Yale University. I know we heard from a lot of Yale students, so here we go again. I'm expressing my support for the elimination of legacy admissions, known as SB 203. As a first-generation low-income student from a predominantly underserved background, I firsthand experienced the complexities and even the lack of even distribution of resources for college admissions firsthand. In light of the overturn of affirmative action in the US, I also came to further understand the importance of fairness in college admissions. However, eliminating affirmative action, which was meant to support individuals with systemic disadvantages, while maintaining legacy admissions, which only further benefits those who already have the advantages associated with a parent with a college education, to me contradicts the concept of an equitable playing field within education as a whole. Personally, it made me wonder about the students who were considered for admission at schools across Connecticut, like Yale, and despite holistic reviews in institutions like these, were still not considered because of donations attached to a legacy student. Additionally, I believe that students from affluent backgrounds deserve to apply to schools without feeling burdened by an unfair advantage they unwillingly may pose. Many opponents of this bill also argue that legacy admissions support fundraising efforts for the given institution that outweigh the inequity of the advantage it poses to legacy students. A benefit that opponents allege is that these efforts provide services and scholarships to students with lower incomes and provide more services for a given institution that can benefit all students. Despite that, many studies, such as an empirical analysis of the impact of legacy preference on alumni giving at top universities from the book Affirmative Action for the Rich, indicate that this isn't really the case, that the presence of legacy preference policies doesn't directly result in significantly higher alumni giving. This study was specifically with data from 1998 to 2008, and it was controlling for wealth, institution size, public and private institutions, and all these different factors. But even then, there was still no statistically significant evidence that legacy preference impact total alumni giving. And then for these reasons, I strongly support this bill, and I urge for a more just and inclusive strategy to be employed for the good of all people that are attending college. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll ask if members of the committee have questions. I do not see a question, and so the next person, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you sharing your perspective with us. The next person on our list is number 16, Jezo Morales. I don't see that person online, and so we will move to number 17, Elizabeth Swain, who is here, and I'd ask that you do what you just did, and you have 3 minutes. You're welcome to deliver your testimony to the committee.
Hi, thank you for having me. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Right. Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Swain, and I'm fortunate enough to be a student at Yale University. And today I'm testifying in strong support of Senate Bill 203 because I'm frustrated with what I view as my university's hypocrisy. Yale claims to want to promote socioeconomic mobility, diversity, merit-based admissions, but still they choose to let some students in based on familial ties. Those students aren't the ones that need some kind of advantage in the admissions process. They already have it. I mean, the majority of legacy students come from families who are in the top 5% of annual earners. And at Harvard, 70% of them are white. Now, I would tell you that stat for Yale, but they refuse to publish it. Some people say that legacy students get in at higher rates simply because they're more qualified. But if that was the case, why is it that these legacy students are 5 to 6 times more likely to get into the schools that their parents got into when they only have around a 2% higher chance of admission at similarly elite institutions that they don't have legacy at? Legacy consideration is unfair, and it's antithetical to the goals that my institution, others like it, and the goals that I hope that the Connecticut General Assembly promote, which is why we should pass SB 203. Now, Jeremiah Quinlan, who's the Dean of Undergraduate Admissions at Yale, submitted a written testimony, and I think that in just a few minutes he's going to come to the Zoom microphone and say the same thing, that he agrees with the intent of this bill, that we need to do more to promote equity, that we need to do more to promote diversity, that we need to do more to promote social mobility. And I agree with that. We do need to do more. But for him, this bill isn't the way to do it. The thing is, I think that that's where Dean Quinlan is wrong. And you don't just have to believe me. There's research to back it. A 2019 study conducted by the National Bureau of Economic Research found that ending legacy admissions would, in fact, increase the number of non-white students admitted to elite institutions. It would increase social mobility. We have a clear way to do more right in front of us. which is why I urge you all to pass SB 203. Thank you.
Elizabeth, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to scan and see if there are any questions for you. I don't see any. So again, thanks for your time. And I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Okay. Up next, I see is, we just had Elizabeth, is Marissa. And Marissa is, let's see if Marissa is there. Yes, I see Marissa. So just, take yourself off mute and you have 3 minutes and we look forward to your testimony.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Marissa Halagao, and I'm also a first-year undergraduate student at Yale University, and I'm studying ethnicity, race, and migration and education studies. I'm also a member of the Yale Asian American Student Alliance that signed the Yale College Council letter that Bricty introduced, along with many other cultural affinity groups supporting Senate Bill 203. As an educational activist, I have fought for curriculum that uplifts the histories of marginalized identities that are commonly underrepresented in education. With that passion, I cannot stand by while a glaring structural inequity, legacy admissions, is still allowed to persist in our education system. I believe that we must approach political decisions through a historically informed lens. I have learned how education systems have always existed by prioritizing certain privileged groups, such as through history textbooks, mainly telling history through the perspective of the oppressor, or through legacy admissions. Legacy admission preferences directly harm marginalized and minority students who don't have the privilege and generational wealth of legacy applicants. The benefits that the children of people of color alumni would possibly receive, like many previous testifiers said, is minuscule compared to the detrimental effects of centuries of overrepresentation of the white and wealthy. As we transform our mainstream education to be more inclusive of the histories of people of color, we must also strip away this preference that disproportionately favors those of higher class and privilege. This is especially vital, I believe, when programs instituted to remedy historical structural inequality, such as affirmative action, have been misguidedly stripped away. We must strive for equitable educational accessibility and create an education environment that is responsive to the diversity of the community. I provide my full support in ending legacy admissions and support for SB 203. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. I do not see any questions from members of the committee, so thank you again for your time and have a good rest of your afternoon. All right, so up next is we have Alex Chacon. Alex will be joining us remotely and to testify on House Bill 5239. Alex, if you could turn your camera on if possible, and there you go. And you have 3 minutes. Thank you for waiting.
Good afternoon. I'm here speaking on funds for the CONCAP program. My name is Alexander Chacon, a first-generation low-income Ecuadorian student. I'm currently enrolled at the University of New Haven with a major in criminal justice and a concentration in investigative services. Being raised by my single immigrant mother, I had to become independent and reliant on resources available in my community to make sure that I was able to achieve my American dream. I was introduced to the CONCAP program during my freshman year of high school because of my family members, and then joined in my senior year. I wasn't sure where to begin with the collegiate process until CONCAP. Not only did CONCAP help me with applying to college, but I also received assistance with scholarship searches to make sure that once I was accepted to a university, I would be able to afford it. The CONCAP summer program exposed all its students by taking us on different college tours. We also were allowed to take college courses while attending high school. I personally was able to obtain 15 college credits before attending the University of New Haven. An increase in funds for the CONCAP program would allow for students like myself to have an equal opportunity at a higher education. If it weren't for programs like the CONCAP program, I would not be able to achieve my aspirations in life. Thank you.
Alex, thank you. Any questions for Alex? I do not see any, so I think you're free. Appreciate your time and your patience.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Okay, so next up is we have testifying remotely Jennifer Anderson with Fairfield University. Jennifer, how are you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on SB 03. Fairfield University respectfully opposes SB 203 to ban legacy admissions at private universities within the state. We strongly believe admissions decisions should remain within the purview of each university, guided by our institution's unique missions, values, goals, and commitment to not only academic excellence, but inclusive excellence as well. Institutions must have the ability to craft a class that values our style of education to lead to the strongest outcomes for our students post-graduation. It is Fairfield's responsibility not only to recruit and admit, but to retain and graduate our students. Legacy students at Fairfield have strong retention and graduation rates. Fairfield is a young school, comparatively speaking, 80 years old. While last year's class, 16% was considered legacy, over half of this percentage represented siblings. Fairfield wholeheartedly supports equity and diversity in higher education. Last year, we spent over $11 million to open a new initiative for underserved students in the Bridgeport region called Fairfield Bellarmine. Fairfield Bellarmine opened this past September in the east end of Bridgeport with almost 50 students in its first cohort. We expect to enroll over 75 this year with an ultimate goal of 200 students annually. This program is subsidized by the university's operating budget, as well as through philanthropy. In addition, the university also launched our Company Scholars Program in 2022, which fully funds students from Cristo Way and Jesuit high schools throughout their 4 years here at Fairfield. Our first cohort welcomed 16 students last year, and this fall we welcomed 25. This year, in addition to these initiatives, Fairfield spent over $118 million in financial aid. In Fairfield's case, over 20,000 alumni live in the state. That's over half of our alumni base who have come to Connecticut and stayed in Connecticut, raising their families in our state. Their kids and grandkids have an appreciation for a Fairfield education and an inherent affinity towards our school. Public and private institutions have a responsibility to admit students with demonstrated potential to succeed in their academic programs. The notion of a one-size-fits-all approach to admissions overlooks the complexity of the process and the many factors that universities need to consider when evaluating applicants. Admissions decisions are multifaceted. They require a holistic assessment of an individual's academic achievement, extracurricular activities, personal experiences, potential contributions to our campus community. Legacy status is just one of the many factors that's considered in this comprehensive evaluation process. Fairfield University urges the committee to reject the proposed ban on legacy admission at private universities in Connecticut. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you. I have a few questions, and we'll make sure that members have an opportunity to ask questions as well. But I think before we begin the conversation, Jennifer, I do want to ask you about some data, because many of us are data driven, and we do have studies about impact of legacy, preference on who gets a ticket into the school and who doesn't. But I want to ask very specific questions about Fairfield. So can you tell us the most recent admit rate for students applying to Fairfield, and then also the admit rate for legacies?
So the admit rate for all students applying to Fairfield this year was just under 45%. We're at 44.9%. And I don't know what the legacy admit rate was.
Okay. And if you can find that out and get that to us, that would be fantastic.
I will do that.
They'll be willing to do that. Now, what about racial, ethnic, socioeconomic diversity, both of the existing class at the student body at Fairfield, and then compared to legacy? Do you have that information?
to get you that information as well.
Okay. Because there are, a lot of statements that have been made in the press and, just nationally by pundits that legacy is essentially affirmative action for the wealthy. So if you have any statistics from Fairfield to refute that, that would be very valuable, I think, for the committee.
We'd be happy to share statistics.
Wonderful. I wanted to ask you one more question, and then I'll take a pause here and see if members have some. In the testimony from the office of the president, Fairfield, and I mentioned this earlier in the public hearing, it stated that, and this is a quote, "We believe that such legislation," so this bill, "would be detrimental to our university community and the principles of higher education." What principles of higher education do you think that this bill would be detrimental to?
So we believe you have to look holistically at all students that apply to our institution. And like I mentioned in my last comments, legacy is one factor for consideration, but we want students who are going to come to Fairfield, benefit from a Fairfield education, and succeed at Fairfield. So it's not just admitting students that might have the grades or that might come to legacy. It's admitting students that we know will benefit, that we will benefit from them, that we will learn from them, that will be active in our community, and ultimately graduate from Fairfield and go out, into the communities and continue to do great things. And you have to look at that holistically. And the more data factors, you mentioned data and the importance of data. Data is huge in the admissions process. And that the amount of data and complexity that goes into admissions decisions is intense. And the more data that you can have to determine a student's success, and by success, I mentioned also, it's not just admitting, but it's graduating, it's retaining them for 4 years and graduating them to be successful. And that's extremely important when we look at the data.
Right. And that's, I think, what members of the committee, and I could speak for certainly myself, what we want to try to unpack. And so Fairfield seems to be saying that legacies are more committed to the school, perhaps more successful at the school. But the question I have is, how do we know that that's because they're legacies versus that they come from wealthier families, as an example, and they're a better resource? And so that's why I asked you earlier about demographic, socioeconomic breakdown of legacies, because that may very well be the case, right? That legacies, again, come from much better resourced families, which is why perhaps you see that they're more likely to follow through graduation. But we don't know that because we don't have the data from Fairfield. I want to ask you too about yield rates. I know that yield is generally important to schools, and yield, of course, is how many students. I know, Jennifer, you know this. I'm just saying this for the public, but
Yep.
Of the students who are admitted to the school, how many actually accept and come to the school, right? And we know that, like U.S. News and World Report, their ranking, some of that is based on the yield rate of the school. In your testimony, you don't mention, the school does not mention yield rates, but it talks about, I believe, a commitment to the school. And so my question is, do you find that admitting legacies improve Fairfield's yield rate?
So I think there's, just to go back to your last comment, I think there's a number of things that legacies allow us to do. So legacies can be evidence of commitment, right? So when you talk about that yield and you talk about, creating a class and using different factors to create that class, we can use legacy as evidence of a commitment to Fairfield. I think that legacies can in some cases, to your point, be a stand-in for need aware. And without factors like this, we could create a class that wouldn't be sustainable for us. So again, that's another factor within admissions decisions that you have to consider. And, while we provide over 90% of our students with some kind of financial or merit-based aid, we have to consider the financial, the commitment, and all of those additional factors when forming and creating a class.
Representative Farrar has a question.
Thank you to the chair. Thanks for being with us. Actually, my question was going to follow up, I think, immediately with where you ended your answer. I was trying to get a handle on, just make sure I heard it correctly. It sounds like, certainly there are a number of data points, as Senator Slapp said, that we don't have in front of us from your institution, but it sounds like what I'm hearing is that potentially the cohort of legacy students at Fairfield University receive a smaller percentage of financial aid support than folks that are not legacy. Is that accurate?
I can't comment on whether that's accurate. I'd have to look at the data to be able to answer that question. And again, we'll be happy to provide that data. But when you're looking at the totality of the class and you're looking at the need and you're looking at, the merit versus the need-based aid, over 90% of our students receiving some kind of aid is significant. And legacy will be a group represented in there, but I can't say that legacy is receiving more if that's what you're asking.
I was trying to determine if they're receiving more or less, but as you said, if you're willing to provide more of that information as a follow-up, I think that would be super helpful. And just to kind of wrap my head around it is, I've certainly heard you mention, this holistic approach. Can you just reiterate to Fairfield University's perspective, what is distinctive about having the ability to consider legacy in the process? What does that contribute to your decision-making process that no other component of the application process would contribute to that holistic approach? Thank you.
Sure. Yep. So, I think that evidence of commitment, right? So the fact that half of our legacy students that are here today are siblings is a testament to the fact that an older brother or sister had a great experience at Fairfield, so much so that a younger sibling decided to pursue that path at Fairfield University as well. So I think that is something that we value, that families appreciate the value of not only a Jesuit education, but a Fairfield education. I think legacy does give us good indicators for both retention, because legacy students retain well. We have data based on previous, legacy admissions on that commitment to Fairfield, but not only the commitment, but on their commitment to coming, but also staying at Fairfield and graduating with Fairfield. And those are very important factors when you're looking at forming a class and you're looking at, I think, Senator Slapp mentioned U.S. News and World Report. Retention is a factor in that too. Admit rate is a factor in that too. So there's a lot of factors that go into that. And when you admit a class, you want to admit a class that that there's going to be a strong percentage of them graduating, after 4 years.
Thank you. And just to be clear, kind of to what Senator Slapp said, to you all in your data analysis, legacy is the only kind of causal outcome, causal reason why someone would have been more likely to retain at the institution. That is.
So it's one of the categories, but when we look at a class, we're looking at, where a student is coming from, right? So for an institution like Fairfield University, who was, regional by U.S. News and Carnegie classification, is now a national institution. Geography becomes a very important factor for us and where we're, seeing geographic growth. Affiliation with the Jesuit and Catholic background, so students who are coming from Jesuit Catholic, schools, obviously legacy, diversity, first generation. So there's, when you're weighing all of that collectively, there's a significant amount of data that goes into the formation of a class. And we would be happy to share that with you.
Thank you. Thanks for your answers, and I look forward to that further information. Thanks so much to the chair.
Thank you.
Representative Farrar. I'm going to, hang on just one sec. So, Ms. Anderson, let me ask you another way just about the data. And I'm going to read a quote from Ronald Daniels. He's the president of Johns Hopkins since 2009. He calls legacy preference nakedly aristocratic, deeply antithetical to the ideals of the American dream. Johns Hopkins abolished legacy preference in 2014. They announced the position in 2020. He says the shift has resulted in a significant effect on the demographics of a university that now turns down 90% of its applicants. He says it's zero sum. And he says, as you know, the legacy pool was whiter and more affluent than the students who are at school today. So I'm trying to see if there's any information you can provide about the current legacy pool at Fairfield. Because when you say that they are, more likely to do X, Y, and Z, we don't know if that's because they're just wealthier or because than the rest of the student body, or it's because there's something magical about this legacy connection. So is there any information you can tell us? I mean, have you looked at the rates of retention as an example between wealthy legacies and non-wealthy legacies? Or is the legacy class that you admit, are they generally wealthier than the rest of your student body?
So, Senator Slapp, that's data I'm going to have to get to you, and I do apologize. Our head of admission, Corey Eunice, is actually out recruiting today and could not be here, and I know that he would have the data points probably top of mind, so I do apologize for that. But we would be happy to get you that data.
Thank you very much. Representative Haddad, do you have a question?
I actually, both Representative Farrar and you and your follow-up question went exactly where I was going to go, which is, this connection between legacy admission policies and retention seems to be an assertion without any supporting data to this point. And I'd really appreciate if you have concrete evidence that that is the case, especially when you strip out the additional factors. That would be great. My guess is that legacies, as an example, just by definition, are far less likely to be first generation students. So though, when you're dealing with cohorts of siblings, that might not be entirely the case. They might both be considered first generation. But nonetheless, there's somebody else in their family who has gone to college, able to sort of mentor and coach, their kids or their brother or sister. And it seems to me that would have a pretty important impact on retention, but it has nothing to do with your admission policy. It has everything to do with whether or not students are bright and capable and have access to somebody who can help them out. And so I would just like to see more data for sure. I find the argument, I'm a skeptic, I guess, and I find the assertions a little specious at this point, but I'm willing to listen and consider data if it's provided.
Absolutely.
Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming in for testifying. I do have a question. I want to kind of move this off of the admissions and the students currently to how do you see legacy admissions impacting the Alumni Association activity within being active alumni to the university, and in terms of alumni supporting the University of Fairfield University after they've graduated? Does legacy play any role in any of those areas? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. you know, again, Fairfield's a relatively young institution. So, you know, given that, you know, half of our legacy pool is siblings, you know, clearly families are experiencing Fairfield in a positive way, you know, generally speaking. Regardless of legacy, Fairfield has a very strong alumni base. Our alumni are, you know, proud of the institution, and engagement within our alumni base, whether that's donations or, you know, being involved in the institution in some way, coming back and mentoring, you know, hiring interns, you know, of our students. You know, I think legacy, certainly, if you've had two children that have gone through school, if you're a parent, you had a great experience at Fairfield, as did your child, that affinity, you know, certainly can come into play. I mean, but I think that's also naturally just pride of your institution in general. You know, we have lots of parents who did not go to Fairfield, but have had two siblings come to Fairfield, and we've seen them engage in the university. But we've also had parents, you know, who have gone to Fairfield, and, you know, 3 of their kids have not gone to Fairfield and still remain engaged with the university. So you know, I think it's a fair question to ask, but I think, you know, legacy certainly, can help engage. You know, I do think that families with legacy situations, whether that is a parent, grandparent, or sibling, do have high affinity with the school and do have strong engagement with the school. But that doesn't mean they're the only group that has that affinity and engagement.
Great. Thank you, Representative Cooley. Okay. I'm looking for, yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today. I want to follow up on a couple of threads, and I do appreciate in advance you giving us the data. I think that would be very helpful. I'm having to look behind me because you're on the screen, so I'll just space forward. I'm wondering, based on it seems like a more unique or just different legacy trend at Fairfield than at Yale, as we heard from the students that we have yet to hear from their dean. It sounds as though at Fairfield, legacy, should it be removed, would penalize white students more, just based on the typical makeup of your student body. It seems as though I ask that because the Yale students here today seem to suggest it would be more predominantly students of color that would benefit should the policy be removed. Is that something you feel like you can just generally say to us, or is that something you need more data to present to us on?
Probably would need some more data to present that on, but I also would say, and you know, I talked about this quickly in my remarks, you know, I don't want to underestimate the other factors that we look at, and then the other initiatives that we've taken. So when you look at, you know, I mentioned the Company Scholars Program, right? The Company Scholars Program is a really significant program that looks at Cristo Rey and Jesuit high schools, first generation, very high need students. And, you know, we know that they have an affiliation to a Jesuit Catholic, you know, background. We know that they're coming to us, you know, with pre-existing knowledge of what the educational foundation is going to be. It's fully funded program. And, you know, that program is, you know, the majority of students in that program are minority students. So when you look at programs like that we're doing and committing to and putting money behind, regardless of the demographics of legacy, the demographics of those programs, you know, highly weigh in the other direction. I mean, I think Fairfield Bellarmine is an associate degree program, again, fully funded, 200 students from the Bridgeport region. And the idea is that they will find a pathway to Fairfield or a partner school that we are working, you know, with across the state and other locations to pursue a 4-year degree. And if not, they graduate with a fully funded associate degree. And we're setting them up with internships, with experience in, you know, in jobs and internships while they're there, with career path. So these types of programs are extremely important for us when it comes to recruiting minority students. And, I forget who mentioned sort of the talk, right? And I think the data is important to share, and we will obviously share that. But these are two really important, actionable items that Fairfield has committed to and will continue to commit to. In addition to these, the financial aid, and I can give you the data on that too when we send it in. But our financial aid has grown substantially, and that's because we are fully committed to, when you look at students, Pell eligible students, for instance, we may not have the biggest number, but I can tell you those Pell eligible students are fully funded, which a lot of institutions don't do. So, I feel very confident in saying, yes, I can get you the data on legacy, but legacy is one factor, and it's an important factor, but it's one factor.
Thank you very much. That really moves into my next question, which is, and I was trying to, the story of my questions today really are trying to figure out, how is legacy part of a tool in a toolbox, and how do we really address the root cause here, which is, maintaining and increasing types of diversity on campus. And I really appreciate your answer for that. And I have to ask because, we know that there's legacy, we know that there's pathway programs, and I know that your counterpart Yale has a pathway program. So I am concerned in some way, if we open up the policy to look at these different factors, are there unintended consequences here potentially? For example, would this affect the Yale Pathways for New Haven program that we see in the testimony, your pathway program? But because it's Fairfield, I have to ask, are you concerned at all about this application if we pass this bill to, let's say, athletically inclined students and their admittance? I know Fairfield Stags basketball, for example, is a big part of campus culture. An unintended consequences you may foresee?
I mean, unintended consequences, I think, and I believe this statement was quoted earlier from our president, is just the precedent that it sets in terms of overreaching into private institutions and our responsibility to not only craft a class, but graduate a class, right? And the more overreach into these private institutions and the factors that go into crafting these classes, the data across all of these different subsets of data points becomes extremely important. So when you start taking away these data points and these abilities to craft a class, it can really be detrimental to the institution. At the end of the day, we have to craft a class that's, we're financially able to support, right? So when you ask about legacy and, full pay versus not full pay, and I can get you all this. I mean, if you just look at it from a one-on-one, legacy can be used as a stand-in for need aware. So if you do have a full pay legacy, then you can offset with the Bellarmine program or other programs. So we have to be able to look at those data points in order to appropriately meet the institutional goals financially, but also the demographics, the diversity, all of those factors that go into it. For Fairfield, because we are Jesuit Catholic affiliated, Jesuit Catholic is also a factor we look at, who's coming from Jesuit Catholic institutions, right? So stripping away the ability to look at all of those factors really can be detrimental to an institution.
That's an interesting aspect you raised at the end of your statement there. I appreciate that perspective. My last question, and this is part of another concern I'm grappling with on this, is how would we as a state determine if an institution like yours is compliant? So from your perspective, what would that look like to you? What would enforcement look like to you should this bill pass?
So, I apologize. Corey is probably the best suited to answer this, our head of admissions. We do look at clubs, organizations, things that students did in school, all of that kind of data. So, I think it would impact us in the sense of 16% of our class not being able to have an accurate or more accurate consideration, both financially, demographically, and, from the standpoint of yield and retention. So it would just take away, if for Fairfield, 16% of our class being legacy, it would take away the considerations we have for that 16%.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Jennifer, I just want to reiterate that we don't know the yield and retention of legacies is because they're legacies or because they come from wealthier families, right? At least you may have that information, but we don't have that information. I think that's important when we're talking about yield.
Yes, I think that's fair also, but I would also stress that, Fairfield has extremely high academic standards. If you look at our yield rates and our admission rates over the past 5-7 years, they've considerably gone in a direction that, even this year, 20% increase in applications, 2% drop in yield, and over a 10% drop in 10-point drop in admit rate. So you still have to be able to student that can stay here for 4 years at Fairfield.
Sure.
Regardless of where you're coming from and what your legacy is, you have to be able to stay here for 4 years and be academically capable of being at Fairfield in a way that will make you successful.
Right. And I think that there are other considerations other than just legacy that could contribute to good retention and yield rate. In fact, oftentimes we see that students from disadvantaged backgrounds who are able to scrap and claw and somehow be able to have very good SAT scores and GPA are more likely to succeed because of all the disadvantages that they've had to overcome, right, compared to well-resourced legacy students. And I think that's an important distinction. You mentioned that it's a factor. Can Fairfield tell us how big a factor? Is it 10%? Is it 20? I mean, how heavy is that thumb that goes on the scale here for legacy students when all things being equal? So let's say, there's 2 students, same SATs, same grades, one is a legacy, one's not. How big an advantage does the legacy student have?
I don't know if you can put a percentage to it, to be honest with you, Senator Slapp. I think it's going to come down to the individual student. I think it's going to come down to factors like, their essay, their personal experiences in their in-person interview. So I don't think you can put a percentage on it, to be honest with you, because when I think it comes down to 2 students with similar capabilities, there's more factors than just legacy that go into a decision about a student.
Yeah, I would be shocked if Fairfield doesn't have a number, doesn't have a percentage. I mean, we know that with the Ivies and Ivy Pluses, it's 46% is the advantage. Well, 5 times, I guess, as much with a legacy, but of that benefit, 46% is because of legacy. And then athletics and other things kind of come after that. So okay, it's quite obvious. I mean, I don't think we're going to get a number in terms of what is that factor, which again is, would be, I think, very helpful for the committee. I do want to touch on the argument that we've heard in testimony, in submitted testimony, and now I think from you and others who are going to testify from the institutions, that this is government overreach, essentially, right? And so one question I want to ask you is that, do you believe that Fairfield, being a nonprofit, has any responsibilities or obligations? I mean, considering that Fairfield saves tens and tens of millions of dollars every year, right, by not paying property taxes, and they get lots of benefit from being a nonprofit organization. What does that come with any responsibilities at all?
I do believe it comes with responsibilities, and I think that was exactly why we invested and opened Fairfield Bellarmine. I mean, we spent $11 million to open the school. We're fully funding it here on out. It directly goes toward, you know, when it's completely aligned with our mission as a Jesuit Catholic institution. It's in our community. It's benefiting, you know, underserved students from our community with a pathway to Fairfield. So I absolutely believe that we have a responsibility to the community. And I think that type of program that we initiated, you know, mind you, in the middle of a pandemic, it was when we began the planning for Bellarmine. It's extremely important to give back. I mean, you know, that's one major example of financial commitment to the community. But I think when you look at the economic contribution of, you know, not only the students and the parents and the alumni that come back throughout the year, you know, I mentioned the stat of 20,000 Fairfield alums live in the state. These aren't alums that originated in the state. These are alums that Fairfield brought to the state and stayed. So when you look at, you know, that, you look at the fact that that's half of our alumni base, like, think about that. That's huge, is living in the state of Connecticut.
So,
and
Deborah,
so,
go ahead.
no, I was just going to say, I mean, the economic contribution of that and the benefit that we're bringing to the state and the success of our alumni base that's living in the state of Connecticut, I think are all considerations when you look at that.
Sure. I mean, economic benefit is something that businesses bring as well, but we're talking about, right, the benefits of being a nonprofit. And I just want to make sure I understand you. Sounds like you're saying that you agree that enjoying the benefits of being a nonprofit come with certain responsibilities, specifically about expanding opportunity, right? And not
Getting opportunity and giving back to the community and being a contributing factor to the community. Yes.
Right. Okay. I want to ask one more question. Again, if other people have questions, they could jump in right after. I'm going to go back to a statement from the president of Johns Hopkins, Ron Daniels, and he says that this is zero sum, right? Essentially that, you know, if you're admitting some people, there's evidence, you know, there's only so many spots that others are not getting in. He says, in a highly competitive admissions environment, it is exceedingly difficult to make space for students from diverse backgrounds when the children of alumni are given special treatment. Data shows at many selective universities, legacy applicants are significantly more likely to be white and affluent than non-legacy ones. And we talked about that, and you're going to get us data, which is great. But so he goes on, he says, at Hopkins, we found that ending legacy admissions gave us more space and opportunity to recruit a broad array of talented students. My question is, why wouldn't Fairfield eliminate legacy and you could add more students in that spot who are of Jesuit or Catholic background, or who are veterans, as Wesleyan has done, or who are from rural parts of the country, or who are, you know, we could fill in our first time in their family. Considering there's a limited amount of spots, why does Fairfield say this is the group that should be advantaged versus all those others?
I mean, I guess what I would say to that is, why are they advantaged? I mean, you're assuming that a student that's legacy is white. You're also assuming that that student's getting in and a person of color or student of color is not.
Well,
so
assuming that because we don't have the data.
Based on the questions, that's what this argument seems to be. And I don't think when you're looking at all the factors and you're putting your class together, just like legacy is important, veterans are important, first generation students are important, minority students are important, Pell students are important. So it's just another factor that goes into creating a class. So this argument of you're accepting legacy who are full pay high, you know, full pay, all white students, I don't think is a fair argument when a school's looking holistically at their mission as an institution. And Fairfield takes in, like I said, all these factors for consideration.
No, I appreciate that, Jennifer. And the argument or the statistics that I'm using, you know, we don't have specifically from Fairfield. So I'm pulling from a study, and I mentioned it earlier, by these two professors at Harvard and one by Brown, of Ivy and Ivy Plus schools. And so it's not an assumption on my part. It is, it's data that shows. And I'm not saying that's the case with Fairfield. We don't know, or I don't know, and the members of the committee don't. But we do know the data, and we do know that it is essentially affirmative action for the wealthy at those elite schools. Any other questions or comments from anybody? No, I don't see any. Jennifer, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate
Thank
it.
you all. I appreciate the opportunity, and we'll be in touch with data.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Jeremiah Quinlan. Jeremiah, welcome to the public hearing, and thanks for your patience.
No problem. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Senator Slatt, Representative Haddad, Senator Kelly, Representative Haynes, and other members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to express Yale University's serious concern about SB 203. Thank you for having me today. My team and I are working very hard in reviewing and releasing admissions decisions on 57,000 applications by the end of March. So I apologize that I can't join you in person. I'm here first to voice my support of the committee's goals and discussion of enrolling more students from low-income and first-generation backgrounds in Connecticut colleges. In fact, I have made this my most important priority in my 11 years as Dean of Admissions and Financial Aid at Yale. During my time in that role, Yale has doubled the number of low-income students and first-generation students on its campus. Among the students who studied this fall, 22% are eligible for federal Pell Grants, 21% are first in their families to attend a four-year institution, and 59% of Yale students identify as United States students of color, Asian American, Latina, Native, or African American. Just 11% of students arriving this fall were daughters or sons of Yale graduates. I disagree with the approach advanced in SB 203 for two main reasons. Most importantly, I do not believe this bill will have the effect on enrollments that its proponents expect. As I've discussed with several of you in the past year, the June 2023 Supreme Court decision on affirmative action was a setback to decades of work in increasing diversity at selective colleges like Yale. Understanding how important our response to this ruling would be, at Yale, we responded very quickly with an expansive set of new initiatives to help us to continue to attract and enroll high-achieving students from underrepresented communities. And in September, I made public a list of more than 10 concrete steps that Yale would be taking in response to this ruling. And these include things that have been discussed in other bills today in front of this committee, new initiatives to expand outreach to students from underrepresented backgrounds, new investments to support a pipeline of high-achieving students to selective colleges. They also include major commitment to sustain our leading financial aid program in the country. Under my time as Dean of Undergraduate of Financial Aid, our financial aid budget has increased from $120 million to $240 million to Yale College students. We are very proud to say that we are literally one of the most affordable institutions of higher education in this country. And at Yale, our recent record of success in dramatically increasing enrollments of first-generation low-income and minority students by investing in financial aid and outreach and pipeline programs, and without eliminating our other institutional priorities like our legacy consideration, demonstrate that these interests are not mutually exclusive. Secondly, the state should preserve the autonomy that colleges and universities need to advance their distinctive missions. Just as the state should not dictate whom Yale should hire as our faculty or what we should teach, it should not dictate our admissions policies, which are central to defining an academic campus community and culture. This legislature and courts have long respected the autonomy of colleges and universities to execute our most fundamental mission-driven policies and practices, and a state ban in this area would invite future legislatures to impose their own views in ways that may threaten academic freedom in other ways. I think it is you see the danger of this sort of overreach in already apparent in other states where legislatures have attacked the core foundations of academic freedom, institutional autonomy, financial aid methodology, who can be hired as university leaders. I consider myself at meetings of all the professional meetings of chief enrollment officers across the country and across the state. I always consider myself very fortunate to be living in the state of Connecticut, because we in the past have not had state legislatures think about this type of overreach. I promise you that I believe that if I believed that considering a prospective student's familial relationship to a Yale graduate would set any of our diversity efforts back, I would not be before you today. I would also like to point out to this group that this is now the time when Yale's alumni group is becoming increasingly diverse. At Yale, we consider a student a legacy applicant if their mother or father went to Yale. It's a slightly different definition than what you've heard elsewhere today. And by and large, the alums are now graduating in the 90s are those with students who are applying to the university. And this is a group of alums that is increasingly diverse and will only become increasingly more diverse throughout the next few years and the next 10 years in particular. And then obviously to today, where we actually have a vast majority of our students are not white. So it would be kind of, I think, something to think about very seriously, that at a time when Black, Latina, and international alumni are increasing in size, the legacy consideration would at that moment be eliminated. Instead, I believe that this bill serves as little more than a distraction from the serious issues facing Connecticut students and colleges. And to address those issues, the committee should focus its attention on supporting HB 5239 to expand the Connecticut College Awareness and Preparation Program. The testimony that I have heard today from incredibly talented young people throughout the state has been incredibly powerful. I think the committee should focus on fully funding the Roberta Willis Scholarship Program and supporting Promise programs and other evidence-based enrichment programs for high school students from less advantaged backgrounds. Thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Jeremiah. And I can promise you we are not distracted, that we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and we can support those programs and advocate for more money for Roberta Willis and expanding debt-free community college, and also care deeply about admissions and fairness, and ensuring that, you know, our campuses are about merit and expanding opportunity and not perpetuating privilege. So I think we can do all those things. I know members of the committee have some questions. I want to start by, you know, really at the same place that we started with Fairfield. And, you know, you mentioned that the class is getting more diverse. I want to ask you specifically about data when it comes to legacy. Can you tell us, one, the advantage? And I assume that Yale you have a lot of very intelligent people there, I'm sure, that have statistics on, you know, are able to quantify the advantage that legacies have in the application process, the admittance rate for legacies compared to non-legacies, you know, and the socioeconomic breakdown and family wealth of legacies compared to non-legacies. Is that data that you have? And is that data, if not, that you'd be willing to share with this committee?
Thanks for the question, Senator Slapp. We don't release data on the admit rate of subgroups in our applicant pool. Our admit rate overall is about 5%. I can tell you that about a third of our legacy students are non-white, and that number is becoming increasingly diverse. In addition to giving consideration to legacy applicants, we also give extra consideration to students who are first in their family to attend college, students who are low income. Before the law of the land changed with the Supreme Court ruling, we considered students who were from underrepresented backgrounds. Of course, we no longer do that since the Supreme Court decision. We also give extra consideration for students who are supported by athletic department for athletics, students who are applying through our transfer program from community colleges, veterans of U.S. military, students who have a very strong distinction and review from our music or arts faculty receive extra consideration. I can tell you that as a subgroup, our legacy applicants are incredibly strong. They actually have higher academic credentials than our overall applicant pool. And when we actually look at the sort of the quantity of the preference that we look at, we're putting much more of an extra consideration for students from low income and first generation backgrounds than we are for our legacy consideration. It's one factor among many, and it's a very small distinction point that we connect with lots of other variables in our process to make very fine admissions distinctions between an incredibly qualified applicant pool of 57,000 applicants.
All right. Well, so let me try a different tact here. I think you said that I did some quick math. That 66% of your legacy students are white, right? I did that just by subtracting out how many you said are of color. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. Can you tell us how many are African American?
I don't have that data. We don't release that data. No.
What about how many come from the top 1% of household earnings?
We don't have access to that information because we don't collect income data for our students unless they apply for financial aid. So we have good income data for students on financial aid, but we don't have it for those who don't apply for aid.
Okay. So there's a study that I'm sure you're familiar with, the Raj, Jetty, and Denning study, right? I imagine that you've probably looked it over a few times.
Yeah, John Freeman's a friend of mine, the professor at Brown, who's a co-author of the study. He and I
Right. Okay. So I'm sure you've had many discussions about this. So they quantify the advantage that legacy has in terms of getting into school and at Ivy and Ivy pluses. And you've heard me probably say the statistic earlier that 46% of the advantage, they're 5 times more likely, and this is all things being equal. So grades and GPA. So you have somebody who has, and we've actually heard from a Yale student earlier, right, today, who was on food stamps at UCLA and is non-legacy. And when that student applies to Yale, he is 5 times, and competing against a legacy, 5 times less likely to be admitted. Or another way to say it is that the legacy student is 5 times more likely to be admitted than the students that we heard from today, the one who is on food stamps at UCLA. And of that benefit, 46%, and this is according to the study done by your friend at Brown, 46% is due to legacy. Now that's not specific to Yale, but that's to Ivy and Ivy pluses. So is there any light that you could shed on what's the advantage at Yale for legacy alone?
It's very small. It's an incredibly small distinction that we use to differentiate between incredibly well-qualified applicants. I can tell you that the study, I believe that you're citing, I don't have it in front of me. The original Raj Chetty data that it uses the data from Yale that is actually before we dramatically increased our socioeconomic diversity on campus. I get more inquiries about the Raj Chetty data than pretty much any study that I've received in my 10 years. And I can tell you that the original study was released was with old data. My understanding of the most recent study that they produced this summer that was released just July, which you might be referring to, is actually not using Yale data. It's using data from other Ivy Plus institutions. And I can tell you that the data that they use does not line up with our experience in the Yale admissions office. And the comparison to a student from a first generation background is not accurate in our process, because I can tell you that we give more consideration and put more of a thumb on the scale for low income and first generation students than we do for students whose parents are.
So we're in a bind because we're trying to use data to inform our decision. And we have this data from Ivy and Ivy Plus. As you say, it's not from Yale.
That's correct.
But Yale, right, will not send us its data. Is that correct?
Yeah, we don't release that specific information.
So let me cite the study again here. And specifically, it talks about parental income distribution. This is on page 47. And says that when you eliminate legacy at these Ivy and Ivy pluses and refill the class as described above. And I'm not going to recite all of the other pages, but the percent of students from the top 1% in terms of family income, so these are very, very wealthy families, actually drops 15%. And that's just from the top 1%. It drops additionally when you go from the 95th to the 99th percentile. So it does have an impact. And it goes back to the president of Johns Hopkins saying that these are, it's zero sum, right? I mean, there's certain students that you give an advantage to and they come in, and others are left out. Wesleyan has, as you know, eliminated legacy, and then at the same time tried to expand the number of veterans. Johns Hopkins has done the same thing and tried to expand other groups. So with the number of students that are legacy, if you had a drop in the number of students who are legacy at Yale, how might you fill that class with other groups of people who are there or could be there because of merit and not who they're, where one of their parents went to school?
There's a lot of questions in there. I'll say a few things. First of all, we are in reference to sort of Johns Hopkins, and we have, our experience at Yale is that we have radically changed the profile of the student body while maintaining our legacy consideration, and that is definitely true. As I said in my testimony, we've doubled the number of low-income students and first-generation students. Now 1/3 of students at Yale identifies as either first-generation, low-income, or both. 1 in 3 students identifies in one of those ways, and we've done that through hard work, through financial aid investment, through outreach. We are the case study that you can continue to have legacy consideration and radically change the profile of your student body. So yes, I do understand the concept of a zero-sum game, and one of the things I love about my job is managing that process every single year. But I think you can keep these priorities and push other priorities forward. We've gone from 0 veterans on campus to nearly 60 undergraduate veterans on campus. So these things are not mutually exclusive. And we have diversity numbers that are on par with Johns Hopkins, despite whether or not they've eliminated it or not, their legacy preference. And I will just say lastly that we provide our legacy consideration for all of our alumni, regardless of their profession, regardless of their income. And my experience in this work over 20 years is that most of our legacy students are obviously coming from strong educational backgrounds, but they are not overwhelmingly wealthy. We're providing the consideration for sons and daughters of professors, from politicians, for screenwriters in Los Angeles, for educational administrators like myself, who are certainly not in the top 1%. And we're providing that consideration writ large, irregardless of income.
Jeremiah, you're an affable person, trustworthy, I'm sure. And part of the reason I'm saying that is because I feel like Yale is asking us, trust us in terms of they're not extremely wealthy, they're more diverse, but then when we say we'll prove it, it's, well, we don't release that. And so I want to acknowledge that does put us in a tough position. Let me just cite a couple more schools and then we'll open it up to questions. Other questions. We talked about Johns Hopkins. I wonder if you've done any comparison with MIT. MIT never had legacy, similar acceptance rate as Yale, but the studies that I'm looking at show that in terms, that it is more economically diverse when it comes to its student body, and has been able to do things. The study suggests because it doesn't have legacy. Amherst is another school that eliminated legacy. Legacy admissions fell from 11% to 6%. In the next year, 1 year, it went from 11 to 6, and then they filled in that gap with first-generation students. So given that you're not every single year going to be increasing the class size at Yale, and that there are, that legacy changing is proven to be able to open up spots for other students. I guess my question is, given that and the fact that we heard earlier from, it seems like every student group at Yale testifying against legacy, pleading with Yale to eliminate it, calling Yale hypocritical because it has legacy. And we know that 70 to 75% of the public, just general public, believes that it is an indefensible policy. Why does Yale insist on keeping it?
Well, I'll say just a few brief things. And I think my testimony is pretty clear as to why we find it valuable and why we're concerned about the intent and the unintended consequences of the bill. But MIT, which is a very near peer institution, is actually not, and I don't know exactly what data you're looking at, but over the course of the last 5 years has not been more diverse than Yale in terms of Pell eligible students. They have about the same number of first generation students, and they actually have fewer students of color than we do at Yale. So while they're a great comparison point, and we compete with students against MIT at very high rates, and they do an incredible job at MIT. They are about on the same level of diversity, if we're talking about students of color, a little bit less diverse than we are at Yale. So I'm very proud of the progress we have made and our standing in terms of diversity when it comes to institutions like MIT and Amherst. I don't view Amherst as an institution that has, in the data that I'm looking at, increased any more socioeconomic or racial diversity than we do at Yale. And as opposed to answer about why we insist, I think my testimony, the written testimony, stands for itself. I think it's not the solution to the problem that we are seeking. I think the problem about diversity in higher ed, particularly in the wake of the Supreme Court decision, is of the utmost importance. But I think institutions need to be focusing on outreach investment, pipeline investment, and financial aid investment, and not on preferences that don't necessarily immediately don't immediately solve the problem.
Thanks, Jeremiah. Let me see if any of my colleagues have questions. Yes, Representative Haddad and then Representative Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience in waiting for your turn to testify and being with us today. And
not a problem. It was great. Those Yale students did a great job testifying. I'm always proud of our Yale students. They did a great job.
Yeah, we're proud of students at all of our institutions. It's one of the reasons why we give them a bit of a bump in the priority list here at our to testify. We like to hear from them. And I read through your testimony, and I appreciate all of the statistics that you provide about the progress that you've made in recruiting, a diverse student body. I appreciate that. Maybe I've missed something though, and I don't know. I just want to make sure I know what the percentage is. What percentage of your student body are legacies?
Well, it's about 11 or 12%, but the data that's publicly available in the first year class that arrived on campus last August is 11% are sons and daughters of Yale alumni.
Did you have somewhere in the vicinity of 57,000 applications last year as well?
We had about 53,000 applications last year.
Oh, so you've done 4,000 better, 53,000. I can't do the math.
Yeah, we had a 10% increase in applications this year, but that's not something I was particularly excited about. But anyway.
Would it be safe to assume that, and I don't know, I'm asking this as a question, are 11 to 12% of your applicants legacies?
No.
Right. And so that's where I guess that difference is where, look, that's where the advantage begins to be revealed, right?
Yeah, but I think the advantage is less than you anticipate because our legacies as a whole have higher levels of academic credentials, right? They have higher test scores. They have higher GPAs on average than the rest of our applicant pool. So when you actually control for all the variables that are inputs into the process, the consideration we give to legacy students is very small.
Very small, but are you able to quantify it?
I mean, we look at these data to
Senator Slapp has asked that a couple times.
We don't release the data.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, all right. I guess my co-chair has done a great job at sort of digesting studies and quotes and he's done a lot of research on it. I give him a lot of credit for doing a lot of research. And I'm going to leave that line of questioning to him as I have for most of the day. For me, though, I will tell you that it just seems to be unfair to me to give at such a highly selective university where you have an applicant pool who I think would probably would chop off their right arm to get into Yale because of the network that it delivers, the level of education that it delivers. I mean, you are, when I checked last, I think the number, very, very highly ranked worldwide institution. And we're proud to host that kind of an institution, but there's a preference provided to applicants simply because their parents or some other familiar relationship also went to Yale. And that's, frankly, just on the basic level appears unfair to me. You had just said a moment ago when Senator Slapp asked the question that you felt like your testimony clearly you offered a defense of that. So I'm just going to ask you bluntly. I mean, is it a fair policy? And if it is a fair policy, what's the rationale for giving an advantage to an applicant because they had a relative attend Yale? How is that fair?
I think that it's true, if not at all college and universities, that children of alumni have a special bond with the school and bring a commitment and perspective to the campus community. And it's one factor among many that we take into account in our whole person review process. We literally take into account thousands of different variables when we're trying to decide who gets into Yale. And because so many of our applicants are incredibly academically qualified, we're making decisions based on very fine distinctions. And I think we feel like having these tools in our tool chest can be valuable in making these fine distinctions because we're overwhelmed with qualified applicants. And with the Supreme Court decision in June, we just lost a really important tool in our toolkit. And to continue to kind of have courts and legislatures tell us as a private institution how we should be making these decisions goes against our ability to make the kind of choices amongst highly qualified applicants that we want to be able to make moving forward.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your response, and we'll say that you started off start off strong, offering a defense of why this practice is fair. You ended up talking again about why the bill is a bad idea. Representative Cooley had mentioned a couple of times that he thinks perhaps that there is a link between legacy admission policies and your ability to raise money. Is that a factor for you?
Hard for me to comment on that. I don't work in the university's development office. I can tell you that I have colleagues at Yale that are very, very concerned about this. I personally feel like the university has some incredibly exciting things going on in terms of research and scholarship that will allow my colleagues to continue to raise funds. But that's not my that's not my area of responsibility, Representative Haddad. So I'm not trying to obfuscate my answer. I'm just trying to tell you that I can't answer from personal experience. I will tell you, though, that there are very senior people at the university involved in that function who are deeply concerned about the impacts.
Right. And so,
and I will also say, while I'm here, just as is from my own personal experiences, since the Supreme Court decision in June of 23, I have spoken to thousands of alumni about primarily the alumni in our affinity groups, our alumni of color, our diverse alumni, about our response to the Supreme Court ruling, so that they understand that even though the law of the land has changed, diversity is still an incredible, is still a central tenet to our admissions process and something we really value. And of course, inevitably, questions around legacy admissions have come up, and every alums that I have spoken to have expressed their support for continued legacy consideration as our alumni body continues to be diverse. And as we can respond to our alumni of color and their children moving forward through the legacy preference, if that gets taken away, that can be a problem.
I'm not... Right. Okay. So first off, I'll say, I appreciate the predicament you're in. I mean, having such an important commitment, I think, to acceptance of a diverse student body is admirable. One of your primary tools has been taken away from you by the Supreme Court. and it is linked in part to this conversation, although I think not directly. I mean, I'm still stuck on, is this policy fair? You think that it is fair, and I guess you've offered. I guess it's sort of a mom and dad might have gone to Yale. They've got Yale sweatshirts and sweaters around, and that leads to a certain affinity for the university that might be helpful. I guess.
I mean, we know legacies do very well on our campus. I mean, when you control for all the other variables, including Senator Slapp was asking another colleague about income, when you control for whether or not the student's on financial aid or not, we know that their connection to the university, they outperform what you would predict students to do well at Yale based on test score and other factors. All that being said, though, I mean, we've talked a little bit at this hearing about retention. We're so fortunate, the applicant pool that we have, the students that we bring to Yale, many of whom you heard from today, retention is not really a metric that we have to evaluate because our retention rates are so high for students regardless of their background, which is a product of our applicant pool and our incredibly talented students and the support that we provide them and the incredible financial aid.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we might be saying the same thing, ironically, on both sides of this argument. I mean, I think certainly if you come from a privileged family, you're that might have a ramification. That does not mean that if you don't come from a privileged family that you're incapable of meeting the rigorous academic standards at Yale.
Right. I mean, again, I don't know if this is exactly what you're asking me, Representative Haddad. So I'm sorry but like we estimate that about 20,000 of our 57,000 applicants could do the work very well at Yale based on the academic credentials in their application. So our admissions process is much more about the fine-grained distinctions amongst those students who can do the work, because the basic fundamental question of can the student do the work at Yale for 20,000 applicants is yes.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think the fine-grained distinctions probably do make a lot of difference. I was looking at your admissions page that you offer for what Yale looks for. I imagine you have something to do with putting together the information. And I'm just going to finish with this. You offer a lot of advice to students, applicants about what to do in order to gain acceptance at Yale. Your academic, you talk about academic ability, you talk about, scores, the application and the importance of your essay, where to get evaluations from and what they should say, et cetera, et cetera. There's a frequently asked questions portion that goes on at length about, even data as minute as or experience as minute as academic competitions, whether you should mention them. What I don't see on your email, on your website, is mentioning that you're a legacy. Is there a reason why if a student applicant could put their thumb on the scale and give themselves an advantage, that you keep that legacy advantage secret on your website for information imparted to folks who are applying to Yale?
I'm not sure I understand your question. If you ask any Yale admissions officer about the legacy preference publicly, we would definitely talk about the fact that we consider it. It's not a secret.
Right. You have 57,000 applicants. The process, I imagine, is quite rigorous. You probably have some kind of a database that you use to put together to assess applicants. Would that be an accurate assessment of your process for assessing the differences between applications?
I'm not sure. If I may, just briefly, we actually have someone on my staff read every single one of those applications. And I have 40 admissions readers, and we literally do nothing all winter but read applications to the college. The most competitive applications are read twice, and then every single student admitted to Yale is presented to a 5-person admissions committee. That we literally we had 3 admissions committees meeting today that are reviewing these applications and reviewing these documents, and it's a very person-driven process that involves an incredible effort and manpower.
There must be, you must have a metric that you use, that you train those readers to use. And you just said, I mean, every one of your evaluators would say that they give some sort of a preference to legacy preference, right? And but again, I'm just not to belabor the point, but you're not willing to share with us what that preference might be in that metric.
Are you talking about how to quantify it, or are we talking about, we literally ask on the application
I'm
where?
going back again to how you quantify it. You know, when you're assessing 57,000 applications and you have 40 staff people, there's undoubtedly a formula of some sort someplace that you must be using to be able to compare one applicant to another.
There is not.
And it just tells me that there's probably, you know, a written policy or a manual or some guidance that you're providing to your staff that gives this legacy preference that I consider to be unfair, but you are unapologetically defending, and that's fine. And that you simply won't share that benefit with us. Is that an accurate assessment of where we are right now?
No, that's not an accurate assessment. We don't have a formula. We don't put these things into a rubric. We get asked about this all the time. It's the most common question we get. We review every single application. We open up the application file. We look at the transcript and the standardized testing if it's there to answer the foundational question, can the student do the work at Yale? As I've already shared with this committee, that's about 20,000 students get the answer to yes. Regardless of whether or not the answer is yes or no, we then move on to the application and we review the extracurricular activities, the work experience, the family responsibilities, the essays, the letters of recommendation, an alumni interview if it's in the file. We look at all of the contextual and demographic benefits, background of a student. And as I say, we do give extra consideration for students who are first in their family to attend college, students who are likely low income, students who are supported by the athletic department, students who are veterans, community college for their applying as transfer, students whose parents went to Yale, students who receive top-level music and arts distinctions from our faculty. There's lots of extra considerations that are much more significant than the legacy consideration in our process, but there is no formula. Admissions readers rate the letters of recommendation. They rate the extracurricular activities, the resume of the student, and then we have a rating for the alumni interview, and then we give an overall rating to the student. And then we present each individual as an individual applicant, competitive applicant, to an admissions committee. So there is no formula and there's no way to quantify that advantage.
You had cited 11%, or legacies. Is that fairly consistent number over time?
Yeah, it's gone down a little bit. I would say it's kind of bounced between like 12 and 14%. We don't have a specific target with legacy applicants, just like we don't with any of our subgroups. We're looking at to admit the strongest and most promising students, regardless of background. So I would say that, if you were to ask me in general, I would say somewhere between 11 and 14% each year might be a legacy.
Yeah, I mean, like Senator Slapp, I mean, I appreciate our conversation. I'm glad to have the opportunity to ask these questions. I am perplexed, frankly, though, that you have consistently been able to enroll 11% or more of your class as legacies without having a specific target number or providing guidance to as many as 40 different admissions officers who are each independently assessing these things. And I'm frustrated, I guess, that we can't quite put our finger on what what Yale does or what other institutions do to put their thumb on the scale for legacies. But I appreciate that you have at least acknowledged that that the legacy preference exists. I guess we'll go from there. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Great. I have two quick follow-ups, just to what we were chatting about earlier, Jeremiah, and then I know my colleague Representative Johnson has something, but just with regards to MIT, you would kind of question the data, and I just wanted to follow up and let you know that it's from that same report that I have been talking about with Raj Jetty and those two other professors. And it says, we see in the federal data that the pattern of higher admissions rates for kids from high income families is true at most Ivy League colleges and Ivy Pluses, but it's not true at MIT, which tends to have a flatter distribution of admissions across income distributions. So
yeah, that's the beauty of the Opportunity Insights Project. They actually have access to income data from the government and the income tax returns of students, which is not information we have access to. So, we don't have, when we're looking at diversity, we're talking about low income students, students of color, and I don't have access to the W-2 information and tax return information of the parents of our applicants.
Right. Well, I think
But
that's
they
why
do.
that information is very helpful for us.
Right.
So following up on something that you said a few months ago, and you were very kind to join us for a forum that we had, we were trying to digest the impact of the Supreme Court decision the past June banning race-conscious admissions. And I believe, tell me if I'm misquoting you, but you said something effective. If we didn't have legacy, we would just be admitting a lot of students from whose parents went to other Ivy League schools. Does that sound about right? Again, I don't want to
Yeah, that goes to my testimony around the sort of these fine distinctions, right? There are these fine distinctions that allow us to choose between these highly qualified applicants. And I think that there is that when we're looking at incredibly well-prepared applicants from upper middle class backgrounds with educated parents who are incredibly talented, who are at the top of our applicant pool, using the connection to Yale helps us make choices between students whose parents might have gone to other Ivy Plus institutions. It doesn't necessarily keep us, as our experience has shown in the past decade at Yale, from admitting equally talented and deserving low-income students or students of color.
Yeah, and I want to push back on that a little bit, because as we have talked about, there are a finite number of spots. These are highly coveted spots with it is a ticket to the upper echelons of our society. It is, 1 out of 8 of every Fortune 500 CEOs went to an Ivy League school or Ivy League Plus. I mean, I believe it's 24% of Congress, and I could keep on going as far as the statistics go, but they are they're pretty impressive. So we know every single spot matters. Going back to that study, they looked at, are the legacy applicants truly more qualified? And I'm going to quote this and just get your reaction. And they say, we can ask, if you are, say, a legacy applicant whose parents went to Stanford, are you more likely to get into Princeton? If you were truly more qualified, you might think that the other colleges would value those credentials as well. It turns out the answer is basically no. The fourfold admission advantage that you have as a legacy only applies at the college your parents went to and is absolutely irrelevant at other peer institutions. That suggests to me that you wouldn't actually have to be admitting students whose parents went to those other Ivies. They wouldn't have a big advantage, and you could in turn use those spots to admit veterans or members from students from rural parts of the country. I mean, or you name it, underrepresented groups. But this study, I just want to get your reaction to it, again, shows that it's not necessarily true that they would just be filled with children from parents who went to other Ivy League schools. Does that make sense?
I think so. Again, I would just point to the fact that we can use the legacy consideration as one very small distinction among many in our process and still radically change the diversity of our student body. I don't think that the legacy consideration is preventing us from meeting any diversity objective. I think the understanding about Yale as an affordable institution, as a diverse institution, I think building up the subpool of Yale's applicants from low-income, first-generation, and rural backgrounds, something that Yale and my office has invested millions of dollars in the past decade, that is the answer to building up the applicant pool, to diversifying the student body. It's not, losing additional tools in our toolkit to help us make these fine-grained distinctions. So I just think that the evidence is clear from our own experience over the past decade about how you move on diversity, and you can do that while you're considering a legacy connection and have a varsity lacrosse team. and other distinctions that we consider very important. And as a private institution, I think our ability to define our mission and make these important distinctions is of critical importance.
Right. Representative Johnson, did you have a question?
Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate that. Thank you, Dean, for being here. I remember our forum this past summer or into the fall, and can just recall just viscerally how important you felt it was that colleges and universities, particularly those that are elite institutions, really develop a toolkit post Bakke, post the end of affirmative action. And so that stayed with me in preparation for today. And again, like if you've been listening to testimony, I'm really trying to focus on that toolbox as a holistic thing, not just legacy, if we're really trying to address these issues. And for me, I kind of want to pick up some threads about that. First, we know that there's a current complaint going through the Federal Department of Education with Harvard University on this very issue. I was wondering if you have any thoughts about that, and if you think, does it make sense to wait to hear what happens with that before a legislature, say, outright bans legacy? Do you think that would be a better tact to see, if this is going to be banned nationwide? Do we just wait and see? What do you have any thoughts on that?
I can't really comment on ongoing investigations at Harvard. But I can say that this would be that while some legislatures have looked at making this change for public institutions, not a single legislature in all 50 states has decided to take this up for private institutions. And I think waiting to see what impact the Supreme Court decision has on enrollments in higher education at highly selective schools and at state schools and at local community colleges is going to be really important. And again, focusing primarily on those levers, I think is where we all need to be working together on, rather than some of these other issues that I don't think will make an impact.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I imagine you can't comment. And then I also imagine you can't comment because it's probably too early in your process, and maybe just generally. But since this is the first applicant pool post the Supreme Court decision, I don't know if you see any trends in the data on admits for the fall that differ before the well, I guess among 20,000 some students, you're really, then to your point, it's about being fine-tuned. So I'm wondering if it's going to take a few years for you to figure out what the actual effect was, or if you're already seeing some effects.
I don't have access because of the changing law of the land. I actually don't have access on the racial composition of the applicant pool or of the group of students that we've provisionally admitted at this point. This is one of the changes that we have made at Yale in light of the Supreme Court ruling in 2023. So I am truly at this point flying blind in that area, which is a significant challenge because of the applicant pool that we have and the size of it. But I do think that in general, the big picture question, Representative, I do think that this will be I think there are going to be multiple years effects. I think not immediate, there'll be immediate impacts in the Supreme Court ruling, but I'm giving it sort of a 3-year window to see how this impacts applicant pools and diversity in higher ed over the course of a few years before we truly understand what the new landscape looks like.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I'm trying to figure if we were to say, and I wonder what kind of conversation we'd be having, for example, if our state flagship, used legacy admissions, because there's so many alums in our state at, UConn alums, what kind of conversation we'd be having if this were also a public and private bill. And so that's an interesting point you raised, but do you think you'd have enough to work off of, enough data in like a year to 3 years to really have a comprehensive plan? I appreciate what you've put into the testimony, even since we talked with you, a few months ago, but do you think you would have enough if we asked you as a legislature to put together a comprehensive plan?
Comprehensive plan for what?
Appreciate the clarification question. A comprehensive plan to ensure increased either stasis or increased diversity of applicant pool post Students for Fair Admissions?
I hope so. I don't know if I want to, I don't know if I'm willing to go on the record yet to see. I mean, we're still making our way through the first admission cycle. And as I've already cited, we don't have access to student level race data like we did in previous years. So I don't know yet. I hope that in a few years we will have a much better understanding and we will have a better plan. I feel really good about the strategic plan that we put together because, the Supreme Court ruling was not unexpected. So we spent a year putting together a strategic plan, and we're not waiting to see what the results are to act on that plan, right? The law of the land has changed, but I want to make sure that every student and family who's interested in Yale understands that our values have not, and that diversity is still one of the most important things that we consider on our pool. Yale students tell us that the diversity of the Yale student body is one of their favorite things about the Yale experience. Yale faculty tell us that the diversity of their classrooms and how it's increased so much over the past decade is one of their favorite things about teaching at Yale. That has not changed, and we needed to act immediately post Supreme Court ruling to continue to get that message out there, even if the way that we run our selection process has in fact changed.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get at the idea because you, I think, have done so much work in anticipation of the decision. You clearly have shared it publicly, so if that would be something I'm implying, or at least I think you're implying that you would be willing to continue sharing your plans publicly.
Our plan right now, Representative, is to continue at the beginning of each semester to continue to kind of update our community and the public on the work that we're doing post Supreme Court. So our plan is kind of every 6 months to, just like we did in September and again in January, to continue to update folks on the progress that we're making.
Appreciate that. I just have two more kind of buckets of questions. I'll try to be very succinct. So, and you kind of led into my next question, and we heard, as you know, from the Yale students, updating your alumni, especially your alumni of color from the affinity groups, about that decision and your plans. And the question I asked earlier was, well, did you ask the alumni of color who founded and were members of the groups on the testimony what they thought of this? Have you, in your capacity at Admissions and Financial Aid, and I suspect, the Yale Alumni Association would know better, but have you heard from them about what they think about this proposition?
Well, I don't know, not specifically this bill. I haven't had the chance to hear from any alums on that, but as I said, I've given countless presentations to alumni of color since the Supreme Court ruling in June. In any of those gatherings, I get asked on the legacy consideration, and the vast majority of alumni of color are concerned that that this preference, which has been in place for a little bit over 100 years and has primarily benefited white students, will now be taken away at the moment that more a diverse group of alumni would have their sons and daughters be able to apply and get the legacy consideration. So I have received some pretty strong feedback in in-person settings from our alumni of color about the potential of the legacy preference.
That is something of note that I will definitely think about. I appreciate that. And then lastly, the other bucket of my questions has to do with the potential unintended consequences, right? I know that Yale has a pathway for New Haven students, similar to Fairfield's pathway for Bridgeport students. And as I understand it, at least 25, 30 years ago, that pathway for New Haven program was a very big source of first-gen students, students from lower economic, socioeconomic family status, and a pathway for them to Yale. I also know that perhaps, and we have to sort this out, if this bill then addresses and is meant to ban legacy admissions at graduate schools like Yale Law or Yale Medicine, or even if it intends to ban them across the board. And I don't know if you've obviously had a chance to talk with your grad school counterparts. I'd be very interested to hear what they would have to say if that's the intent of the bill as well, because I think that's potential separate implications here. But are you concerned about and I asked this of the Fairfield University representative, are you concerned about unintended consequences? You mentioned the slippery slope for academic freedom. Do you think this would affect Yale pathways for New Haven? Do you think this would affect athletic admits? Any of the other, even I don't know about the slippery slope to then you start looking at certain populations of of, you know, Olympians that go to Yale, for example, or
Yeah, no, I think the reality is we put a much bigger thumb on the scale for students who are supported by the athletic department than we ever do for our legacies, who, as I think I have already shared with this group, are actually more qualified as a whole than our applicant pool in terms of if you're measuring test scores or GPAs. So there are lots of other things that we do as an institution to bring together an incredibly diverse student body that would then be certainly open to the additional legislation that I think that this opens the door for, that I think is a pretty big step to step through. And I think could actually be used as a blueprint for some unintended consequences in other states in this country who have separate priorities from perhaps the legislature in Connecticut, and are already working on, legislation around faculty hiring or presidential hiring, the incredible interference in curriculum that we're seeing around this country, that obviously we consider incredibly important at Yale. I think there's tons of unintended consequences and admissions and beyond that need to be thought through with this specific piece of legislation.
Yeah, that thought has crossed my mind about you know, tools in some places can be used in very different ways than others. I appreciate that answer. And then lastly, I don't know if this is just more of if you've thought of it, but should this bill move forward, I think we're still trying to figure out what would the mechanism of enforcement. I haven't heard a satisfactory answer yet. I don't know if we've actually even gotten that kind of to that point in the conversation yet. Like, how would this even be enforced? But from your perspective, as I asked the Fairfield University representative, yeah, what would that look like to you? The state?
Yeah, I have no idea what enforcement would look like, and frankly, as I've discussed it with colleagues at Yale, we find it to be a pretty big and disconcerting question.
Okay, I guess I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Appreciate your answers, Dean, and your thoughtful responses. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me a quick question. Thank you for coming in and testifying for us. A lot of the questions have been data-driven, discussing the statistics of admissions, but a lot of your responses have dealt with kind of more the holistic or the art of admissions. I'm former dean of the college at Pear College of Art, which was founded by Ed Pear, a Yale graduate, pre-Albers, that is. And in dealing with admissions, there was always kind of the areas that you couldn't quantify. Do you see this bill as being an encroachment on the art of admissions, and that if we start going down this road, that there could be a negative impact for providing the best cultural milieu for Yale and Yale students to flourish? And it's the college environment is a very kind of interesting biosphere, if you will, in which you've kind of got these intellectual connections, artistic connections that work in very interesting ways. And in terms of the success of a number of our institutions in Connecticut have resulted in very positive results. Is there a fear that we get into too much of a statistical analysis and taking tools away from the institution to decide how to best create that academic soil for the next generation of students to be successful, that would have a negative impact? I'd like to hear any of your comments on that. Thank you.
I think you've done a great job characterizing my concerns. Thank you for those comments and that question. I think yes. I mean, I think the answer to your question is yes. I have those concerns. I understand that folks are interested in how the admissions process works. We get lots of requests for data to explain how the admissions process works, primarily from prospective students and families. The reality is it's much more of an art than a science. As I tried to explain to Representative Haddad earlier, we actually don't have a formula or a rubric So we're not necessarily working with a specific set of data points, and that's just not how the process works. It's a person-driven process that looks at the whole application portfolio of the applicant and tries to make these fine-grained distinctions. And I think as we continue to go down this path, as the Supreme Court has changed the law on us, as legislatures like the one today are considering trying to ban our consideration of these things, I think we are in danger of continuing to go down this path. Supreme Court ruling, this legislation to kind of lose the ability to create the most diverse and interesting milieu of students that we can have on campus.
Thank you.
Okay. You may just have one more question if you can hang with us just for another minute or so. I do really appreciate your patience and time, Jeremiah. I know it is a busy time of year.
No, they're all great questions.
So in the states that have, and there's a few of them, California being one, that years ago outlawed race-based admissions decisions, right? Race-conscious admissions decision, I should say. They saw a drop, and I'm sure you're probably very familiar with the statistics, and we talked about them at the forum a few months ago. They saw almost immediate drop in the number of African-American students, Latino students as well. And this is talking about like I think it's Michigan, but certainly in California State University system. And we talked about that when you joined us for this forum a few months ago after this recent Supreme Court decision. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you expressed concern that it would be difficult, right, to stop a similar drop, right, from happening, because one of the tools that you have, right, in order to help populate your class, right, with minority students was taken away from you. Is that right? Do you feel like it's going to be more difficult for you to kind of keep the same number of, let's say, African-American and Latino students at Yale than was prior to the Supreme Court decision? Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think obviously the changing law of the land has the potential to have a significant impact on student body diversity at Yale. That is correct.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that is why. I'll just get your reaction to this, and then I think maybe we'll be done. So the president of Wesleyan, had a similar reaction, and he says, his quote is, "When I read the Supreme Court opinions in the affirmative action case, all of which emphasize the unfairness of using affiliation as a vehicle for making admissions decision, I thought, here we are using affiliation," he's talking about legacy, "with a privileged group, our own alumni, and we're not being allowed to use affiliation with a group that's been discriminated against for centuries and continues to suffer the harmful effects of racism in this country." And this is him talking. "I thought we just can't continue this program." So is he wrong?
I can't really comment on Wesleyan's admissions process. I'm glad that they were able to make that institutional decision for themselves. I'm glad, I hope, and that the vice president of enrollment at Wesleyan, who also joined us that day, used to work for me at Yale and is a good friend. And so I imagine they had some good, thoughtful conversations about the legacy considered at Wesleyan. And I'm glad that as a institution, they could make that decision, in their own time with their own decision-making apparatus, and it wasn't necessarily imposed on them. I will tell you and everyone here, as I've said before, that the concerns about the Supreme Court ruling are profound. And I think that the steps that we have made in public, the 10 concrete items around financial aid investment, outreach investment, and pipeline investment, are going to have a much bigger impact on the Yale moving forward and the student body diversity moving forward than our consideration, any legacy consideration we have will. And if I felt personally, and someone who's been doing this work for 20 years, and someone who's, as the Dean of Admissions, been part of the effort to radically transform the Yale College student body, which I am profoundly proud of. If I thought that that this particular policy was going to get in the way of our ability to construct a diverse class moving forward, I wouldn't be in front of you today. But I just don't see it as that, and I don't think these preferences are mutually exclusive.
Thank you. I had a whole line of additional questions, Jeremiah, about the obligation of nonprofits and the 90.
I heard that. I heard those questions.
The $90+ million that Yale saves every year in property taxes that doesn't go to the city of New Haven and all sorts of other things. But I'm going to spare you and probably more importantly, my colleagues from.
Well, I will mention that we spend $250 million in undergraduate financial aid. We make a $23 million voluntary payment to the city of New Haven. And we support the incredible students that you've heard from today to the tune of $5 million a year with our New Haven Promise Scholarship Program. So yes, I understand.
And I'm glad that you mentioned the Promise program because we're going to hear from one of the leaders of the Promise program in a few minutes, testifying in support of this bill. So,
and I agree. And Hartford Promise is one of the organizations that we want to be focusing on working with to continue post Supreme Court to build our student body diversity at Yale. So anyway, enough. Thank you so much for your time.
Jeremiah, thank you. You're a good sport and you're very good at your job. I appreciate all your time.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay. Bob Rutenauer is up with a Senate Bill 204. He's going to be testifying on.
Welcome to the committee. I hope you're prepared for an hour and a half of hard questions.
Good. Good evening, Representative Haddad, Senator Slapp, and the rest of you guys. Thanks for sharing this time with us. I'm very pleased to be here to introduce. I'm not introducing anything. I guess it's been introduced, but the Senate Bill 204. And I want to say a couple of things that were submitted in some written testimony, and then a little bit about it's not in the testimony about the person that's being honored by the passage of the debt-free bill and naming it after Mary Ann Handley, who's a tremendous leader. I want to tell you, Senator Slapp, Mike Roth is the name of the Wesleyan president, and he's doing great. Let's put his name in the record too. My name needs to be in the record too. I'm Bob Rutenauer, and I'm an organizer, union organizer. Have been for a very long time with the Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges. Since like 1988, I began working in higher ed, in public higher ed, organizing the union. Before that, I was a student at UConn and testified here at least a few times in the early 80s as a student on the same issues that we're talking about among students now: access, quality, and cost. Let me a couple of the parts of the bill. Senate Bill 204 expands access to the debt-free community college by removing the requirement that an individual must have graduated from a Connecticut high school. This expansion is crucial as it opens doors to higher education for a broad range of individuals, including those who may have completed their secondary education outside of Connecticut. By eliminating this barrier, the bill ensures that all Connecticut residents have equal opportunity to pursue their educational goals without facing unnecessary obstacles. The bill also pays homage to Mary Ann Handley, whose unwavering dedication to education has left an indelible mark on our state. Throughout her esteemed career, Mary Ann Handley was a vocal advocate for educational equity, tirelessly working to ensure that every individual, regardless of background or circumstance, has the opportunity to access quality education. By naming the awards under debt-free community college program after her, this bill not only recognizes her extraordinary contributions, but also perpetuates her vision of a society where education is a fundamental right accessible to all. Mary Ann Handley was a history professor at Manchester Community College for 30 years. She was hired in 1967 when the college was just about being founded. So quite a college founder, the history department there, also still one of the best history departments at a two-year college any place. And Mary Ann and their generation of people in 1967, just a little bit over the age of 30. So some of their students back in 67 were like, who are these people? We're not supposed to trust them, but they surely did. Because Manchester Community College, since its opening, has been an important place for demonstrating how to be active, productive, critical citizen and participant in public life. And that's what the professors like Marianne Handley and others in Manchester, for example, Steve Cassano was also hired about the same time, him in sociology. And these folks were active in the town of Manchester in a way that also it just sort of keeps this sort of community. They're on the town governance board of directors. They were mayor. And then when each of them retired from the state, succeeded each other as state senator from that district. And that may seem odd to us in our politics of the day, like even, oh, what's going on? Is that okay? Well, of course it's okay. Municipal community college, retire from there, come lead the state. Marianne was, the word public servant sort of comes to mind. And then I criticize that. I go, no, Marianne didn't serve the public. Marianne, as a teacher and a leader and an activist and a senator and an intellectual, challenged the public. Provoked the public, made debate happen in public, had people, be, show their commitments and reach their potential that way. Tremendous leader. I have one other bit I may have slipped my mind. Then when she became the senator, Handley took on, all of the issues that you would have thought that would a person that, living themselves in a way that is recognizing the New Deal, social reform in America, like since in the 20th century, New Deal, Great Society, and now I'm done teaching and I'm in the Senate. All of she led the Human Service Committee, all of the issues that need to be defended against forever, against people who might, not want that kind of progress regularly. And so that's what's happening again here now, right? It hasn't really stopped. We always have to be vigilant to sort of have the public education, be truly public, that is paid for by us, the people. Right. Also, one more connection: the high school in what state you were in. I'm thinking of Marianne teaching about the era of the colonial and then revolution and then constitutional era, and how sort of interstate commerce, privileges and immunities, and other sort of legal things that can be in the way of doing the right bigger thing. Right, that's better for all, and that's what Marianne wanted to do. I remember, and Representative Haddad, maybe you recall too, K-12 plus 2. K-12 plus 2. That was the notion, right? That right away I remember Marianne. Well, that's what we need to do, and and so I do want to also channel Marianne a little bit and say that she would say, yeah, it's cool. They can name this after me. Don't carve it in marble, though. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. And the question you asked the folks from the CT State or actually CSCU this morning, it seems like this morning, was good. Like, who else do we need to cover under this to be like everything? And, as the folks said, it's a great question. And you identified, Representative Haddad, part-time students under 6 credits. All right. Well, let's bring those guys into, or let's try anyway. This past week, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks more too, students are coming, they're showing up here like they must. And we're listening to their testimony and being inspired by it, and kind of we treat them a little preciously in a way. Oh, you're so wonderful for coming down here. No, they are, but it's not a sacrifice to do that. It's a step. It's a way of life, and we want to nurture and encourage people to be active in public, and and that's why it's I like the idea, and so many will. I think Marianne would also probably say to Roberta, hey, how about you and me? We give up our names of things and trade that in for K-12 plus 2. How about that? All right. Thank you.
Bob, thanks very much for your testimony and for your recollections of Mary Ann.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Representative Johnson.
You don't have to sit for long. I just thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say how much I valued what you said, the stories of Mary Ann, and how inspiring it is to me that as truly, I think, pioneering the thought that we need a K through 14 system.
K-14, yeah.
And so I'm really proud to support this bill, and I'm so grateful for your testimony today.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna say one other thing. I've composed myself for a second, but
All right.
I was struck because this is the committee room that the Human Services Committee very typically met in. When she was a state senator, Mary Ann's office was behind me in the Office of Suites. And I was her first staff person here from 1997 until 2001.
Yeah.
Great woman, very well deserving of this honor. She subsequently became chair of this committee. But I remember in the early years going to Manchester Community College with her after she had introduced what was then one of the very first step-free community college bills. We did a press conference there. It took us much longer than we had anticipated to achieve that goal. And I'm so proud to be able to continue to advocate for its expansion to additional students. I learned a lot from her, and she's well deserving.
Yes, exactly. I'm aware of how that connections in history that you're remarking on. Yeah, so excellent. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time. Mr. Sugarman is up next. He's going to be joining us remotely. So I see him there. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. It took a while to get to you, Richard, but glad you hung in there with us. And thanks for sharing your testimony with us.
Thank you, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, all the committee members. I've really learned a lot sitting here today, listening to testimony, in particular, the testimony of the students who always teach me a lot, teach us a lot, inspire us. And I was very moved by their testimony. I was also moved by Jeremiah, but not quite as much as I was with the students. I'm here in support, representing Hartford Promise, in support of SB 203, and also in support of HB 5239. I'm going to start. Much of the recent testimony and questions have been about the legacy bill. I want to start, though, by saying a little bit about Hartford Promise. We are an integrated college success model that is place-based and 100% focused on Hartford. We've been in existence for 9 years. We've had 8 classes of Promise Scholars. We provide a $20,000 scholarship to every Hartford student who does 4 things: live in Hartford throughout high school, go to a Hartford public high school, have a 3.0 GPA or better, 93% attendance or better. Every student who does those 4 things becomes a Hartford Promise Scholar and gets our $20,000 scholarship. They also, as part of our integrated model, receive a great deal of supports through what we call Reaching Forward with our scholars into college, because we recognize that the scholarship by itself would not necessarily lead to the results that our students want and that we want to see for them and that our community deserves from them. So our integrated model of Reaching Forward supports them every step of the way through college, from early transition to academic and financial issues to internship and career issues. You'll hear more about that in a few minutes. But it's an integrated model, and we also do what we call reach back into the high schools of Hartford and try to help them embrace a stronger college-going culture in all the high schools in Hartford. We recognize, and I'll just say that the demographics for our students, 90% of our students are students of color, 75% of our students are first-generation and low-income students. I'm going to tie this into some of the earlier testimony and comments. One of the things we recognize is that there is a tremendous amount of hidden talent, hidden ability, in Hartford and in all of our cities and probably in all of our towns. We're here to make sure that, one, that talent is found, identified, that they recognize their own talent, and that we are able to give them a helping hand to help them realize their ambitions and dreams. We also realize that by doing this, this has tremendous economic development impact and power, that has tremendous workforce impact and power. So you can see this as a program that is grounded in fairness. You can also see it as a program that's grounded in forward thinking about economic development and economic prosperity for our cities, for our community, for our state. We hope that with this bill, HB 5239, that the state will embrace and fund programs like Hartford Promise. You're going to hear from Waterbury Promise in a little bit, but programs like Hartford Promise. Up till now, 98% of our funding has come from private philanthropy. But we really see the future of this as being truly a public-private partnership. Connecticut should be a promise state. All the cities and many of the towns in Connecticut should be promise towns. This is the basis for a strong, robust, thriving future. And it's also fair and it's also right. I want to shift for a second just to the legacy bill and the legacy questions that came up. I do want to say that as far as from where I sit, there's a bit of a moral issue. There's a bit of a merit issue that gets introduced here. There's certainly a fairness issue that gets introduced, but really it boils down to a math issue. If 11% of the slots at elite schools are going to legacy students, and if 11 to 15% of the slots are going to athletes, and if we have 1,000 admits every year, our Promise Scholars are not competing in that full field. Our Promise Scholars, instead of being one of 1,000, now are one of 750 or 700. So if the supply is reduced by 20 or 25 or 30%, our students just have a tougher time getting admitted and having their talents recognized on a level playing field. So I just want to emphasize that and say that I hope maybe that boils down some of the longer testimony that we had today. I'm just going to do two quick quotes, and this also comes from Raj Chetty and Opportunity Insights. This September of 2023, his report where he stated that students from the richest 1% make up 17% of students at elite colleges. Students from the richest 1% make up 17% of the students at elite colleges. And then I just want to quote the Dean of Admissions. MIT has come up a lot this afternoon. The Dean of Admissions, Stuart Schmill at MIT, said, I think the most important thing here is talent is distributed equally, but opportunity is not. And our admissions process is designed to account for the different opportunities students have based on their income. It's really incumbent upon our process to tease out the difference between talent and privilege. And I think that's a pretty good statement. And I'll end my testimony right there.
Richard, thank you. Thank you also. I mean, it's been made public that you are going to be leaving Hartford Promise, I believe in June sometime. And there'll be hopefully many more opportunities for people in the state of Connecticut to thank you for your work. But I would be remiss if I didn't at least take this opportunity to say thank you. You have been a change agent and you have transformed people's lives through your work. And that's something that I think is to be incredibly proud of. And we are, as a state, indebted to you for that. So thank you.
That's very kind. Thank you.
Let me ask you just a quick question. I think my colleague may have one as well. That study, by the way, that you mentioned that we've been talking about all afternoon also says that attending an Ivy Plus college instead of the average highly selective public flagship, most of them have gotten or are getting rid of legacy, by the way, increases low-income students' chances of reaching the top 1% of earning distribution by 60%, doubles their chances of attending an elite grad school, triples their chances of working at a prestigious law firm, you know, et cetera. But I wanted to ask you about really faith people have in higher education. You know, it's hemorrhaging right now across the country. And there is a recent Gallup poll found that public confidence in higher ed dropped by 21 points in the past 8 years. The president of Johns Hopkins, I've quoted him repeatedly, he says, we ignore the erosion of trust at our peril. Addressing it will require concrete steps that reveal to the country anew that universities are fair and meritocratic institutions. He says any legacy is a good place to start. I imagine, you know, that you're in lockstep with him, but I want to ask you specifically about the students that you work with and how important is it for them to be able to convince them and actually for it to be true that the game is not rigged. And I think that's what people are offended by, that they feel like if you play by the rules, you work hard, your parents aren't wealthy, but you bust your butt, that the game is still rigged. How important is it, for one, that not to be the case, but for the students that you work with who are disadvantaged in many ways to believe that there is a spot at these schools for them?
Yeah, thank you for that. This is a very big issue that we recognized early on and that we recognize every day with our scholars, even though they are highly talented young people and they have overcome, in many cases, just endless obstacles and hurdles to get to this point. And they are the students who have done everything asked of them and more, and in many cases have responsibility far beyond their school and academics and things that I might have had or that my children might have had. So even though they are very talented and very disciplined and very able to be focused, they often don't have that belief or that sense of themselves. Their self-esteem is often not matched with their abilities and talent. And a reason for that is, and there can be many factors, but one of the reasons for that is they have their eyes wide open. They look around and they see their circumstances and they see themselves compared to other people. They understand that their classrooms are not as resourced and that they don't have the things, the extracurriculars, the advanced placement courses, the honors, that they don't have the things in their schools that they know exist in other places. So their eyes are wide open and they tend to see themselves often in a lesser light, even though they are superheroes. And they are amazing in so many ways. We have to remind them of that. We remind them all the time that they belong, that they earned this, that these schools admitted them because they want them and they earned it. It wasn't given to them. Nothing really has been given to them in many cases. But when they go to these colleges, they also look around and they look around pretty quickly. And they see how many people look like them, how many people come from their own circumstances like theirs. And if they don't see very much, that can be significant very early on in terms of maybe I don't belong here. Maybe I am not as good as some of these other students. So that's a key factor for us. It's a key factor for the students. But really, it is an issue for the colleges to have to look at themselves beyond their diversity policies. And I have to say, I deeply respect and accept Jeremiah's commitment to diversity and Yale's commitment to diversity. But part of what needs to happen is looking at how the institution is for students who walk on those grounds and walk through those doors. What does it feel like? What are they projecting? And how can they make it to be a place that is really more fully open and accepting of everybody, of all kinds of students? I want to also just say, when our students are given that opportunity, and we currently have 510 Promise Scholars going to 90 different colleges all over the country. Most of them are in Connecticut. And when our students go to college, they frequently go with a lot of academic deficits and a lot of, again, like I said, many challenges that they carry with them and that don't end because they're now in college. But once they get there and once they're able to get through those initial hurdles, our students do extremely well. They do as well as any other students, and in many cases, they do better than the average student. Our Promise Scholars are graduating at a 76% rate from college, and they are entering the workforce ready to deliver and contribute. And they want to be and an opportunity to give back to their community. So I hope I'm answering your question, Senator Slapp, but those are some of the things that come to mind.
No, thank you very much for that. I know my colleague, Representative Haddad, has a question for you as well, Richard.
Actually, you answered not only Senator Slapp's question, but you answered mine, which really did, in fact, just focus on a lot of what you just said. It seems to me that a lot of the students who you work with in Hartford have lived a very different experience than many of the folks who end up at Yale. But there's no but there's no indication that that the potential of a student drops off once you get to Hartford's borders, right? So we know that you're working with students who started 10 yards behind the starting line, who don't oftentimes dress like or sound like or are as privileged to be able to participate in school activities and other things that a successful Yale graduate, a successful Yale student might have done, but are no less capable of completing at Yale. And I guess it brings us back to the legacy provisions, which really does just the opposite of that. It's really a signal to students everywhere that there's an unwritten privilege, and it's interesting how Mr. Quinlan sort of didn't acknowledge that none of the privilege that one would get from legacy is publicized on their website, despite the fact that they acknowledge that it's the case, and et cetera, et cetera. And so this unwritten rule that seems to be so effective at limiting the number of slots available to folks based on anything other than legacy is really a bad signal, I think, to send a poor signal to send to your students and folks like them. So
absolutely, no question.
I'd also like just to thank you for your work in Hartford. You've done great work. I know, I'm currently the board chair of the New England Board of Higher Education. We honored you and your organization some years ago. It's been a great 9-year run. I know that you did great things in Hartford before that, and I suspect that you will continue to have a hand in good things to come in Hartford, even after your retirement from Hartford.
I'll just say, I appreciate all of that, but I want to say, rather than honoring me, let's honor our students. Let's honor our scholars. Let's honor the future of Promise scholars by having the state support them and having the playing field get leveled for them so that they can shine and flourish. I'd much rather, let's honor them.
Well, the words we share with you are today, but our actions, I think, by this committee in the coming days, I think, hopefully will do just that. So thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Have a great evening. We'll see you soon.
Thank you both.
Okay. Next is Dr. Shaka Felder-McIntyre, who's going to be testifying remotely. And there she is. Good evening to you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. To Representative Haddad and the esteemed members of the Higher Education Committee. My name is Dr. Shaka Felder-McIntyre. I am the founder and executive director of Higher Heights Youth Empowerment Programs. We are a statewide nonprofit college access organization, and I'm here in strong support of HB 5239. I want to tell you a little bit about Higher Heights. We are, like I like to call, a very small but mighty organization here within the state of Connecticut. We have been in existence now for 21 years. And within that time, we have actually supported over 10,000 students throughout the state of Connecticut graduate from high school. 100% of our students have graduated from high school, and 80% of our students have gone on to post-secondary, whether that's 2-year, 4-year, military, and also career. What's unique about Higher Heights and why I'm here to support HB 5239 is because of the nonprofit component. That's critical for an organization like us, who does not receive federal aid, who is not connected financially to a higher ed institution, but who is doing tremendous amount of work working with our communities. Our students are predominantly first-gen minority, Black and Brown students who come from urban communities. And it's very unique, the space that we're in, because we're very niche, very, very niche. Our slogan is to empower, encourage, and equip students to post-secondary success. And by expanding this bill to support nonprofits is critical to an organization like us, because again, supporting over 10,000 students, we are being asked to support more students, and the need is great. Our students that we are supporting may not be the students who feel like they deserve to be on a college campus, who families do not understand the process of going on to post-secondary education. And to be honest with you, we have a lot of students who feel like post-secondary is just not the space for them. Our job, and I say this all the time to our students, and you heard one of our students testify earlier from New Haven, we say it all the time, our job is to make sure that we connect students with the best college fit. There is a college on this planet for all types of students, and that is Higher Heights' job, and that's our position. And so through this work, I also want to let you know that we've seen firsthand the transformative power of early college awareness. And I'll tell you a quick story. I started my career as a school counselor. And when I was a school counselor, I was working with a group of students at a tech school. And one of my students joined Higher Heights and wanted to become exposed to various colleges and things like that. He has graduated from college, has his master's degree, is now an accountant. That student, years ago, who was my student, is now the board chair of Higher Heights Youth Empowerment Programs. That is critically important to us, is that we do this work so it comes full circle and that we bring it back to the communities that we support. So right now, currently, for this calendar school year, we are supporting about 1,300 high school students in the state of Connecticut throughout 12 high schools in the state. And I'm happy to share that through our work, 944 students have at least submitted one college application already. We are dead smack in the middle of FAFSA season. So expanding this bill to include nonprofits is critical for an organization like Higher Heights. I also want to
wrap it up, please. Thank you.
Sorry. I also go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Over
I just
the 3 minutes, or just asking you to conclude your remarks.
Yes, I will. I also want to also bring to light that expanding this funding for the bill will also help more students secure the left on the table dollars that was the dollars that were left on the table of $31 million in Pell Grants. There was $30 million of Pell Grants unclaimed in the state of Connecticut. So organizations like Higher Heights will be able to support more students. So again, I thank you for your time and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Haddad.
Yes, Dr. Felder McIntyre, thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate you waiting the duration, the length of time it took before we got to you. You're one of the final speakers now. And so the hour's late, it's 5:30. And so, that's just the sort of the luck of the draw. But I wanted to say that I, like you, think that there is a real role for nonprofits to play in ensuring that college students, especially disadvantaged college students, first generation, low income students, have the resources necessary to be successful in getting into the college of their choice. And so I really appreciate your testimony, and I thank you very much for being so patient with us as we work through what I think are probably more contentious issues on other matters.
But they're important issues because organizations like Higher Heights, we are also the pipeline organizations to help our students get to these institutions as well. So the conversation is very critical in all aspects of the work. So I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you very much.
All right, up next is James Murphy with Education Reform Now. James,
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of SB 203, which would make Connecticut the first state in the nation, there's a race going on, guys, to ban legacy admissions at private colleges. It's late in the day. I want to not lean so heavily on all the good data we've talked about today, but keep my point simple. I'm the director of post-secondary policy for the national organization Education Reform Now, and I've spent years studying and writing about legacy preferences, but we don't have to get that sophisticated about this issue. The reason to get rid of legacy preferences is simply that they are wrong. There's no debate. It's obvious to us all that passing an admissions advantage along family bloodlines is unethical and anti-American, right? The nation was founded on the principle that aristocracy was not going to run this country. It was wrong when Yale started using legacy preferences almost a century ago in order to limit the enrollment of Jews. It's wrong today when colleges use legacy preferences to court donations in exchange for laundering the privilege of America's richest families. I think that colleges themselves know that legacy preferences are wrong, which is why you saw Dean Quinlan struggle so mightily to come up with a direct defense of the practice. What we've heard today instead are things like getting rid of legacy preferences won't erase the advantages that very wealthy already have in admissions, or, hey, colleges can do other things to make campuses more diverse and accessible. These statements are true, but they provide no reason at all not to pass the legislation. If I went to my doctor and said, I don't think I should exercise because I still wouldn't hit my perfect weight, and there really are other ways I could drop some pounds, she would laugh at me. You should do the same when the defenders of legacy make this kind of argument. We've also heard today that the state has no right to tell a private college how to admit students, or that this law will put Connecticut on a slippery slope that will lead to a loss of academic autonomy, as if admitting the mega privileged is somehow an academic concern. Leaving aside the observation that slippery slopes always seem to be invoked to defend something that's, well, slimy, I want to tell tax-exempt private colleges that if they truly want to be private, they should stop collecting huge sums of public money in the form of financial aid, government contracts, and state or federal funding for research. None of what I'm saying is a secret. The profound moral failure of legacy admissions is well known by now, particularly after last June's Supreme Court decision. It's important to note that it was not just Wesleyan that abandoned legacy admissions after the decision, but about 14 other prominent colleges. But even more important, since 2015, this is research we did last year, since 2015, almost 400 colleges across the nation, public and private, have stopped giving legacy status consideration in their admissions process. They decided to get on the right side of history. The time has passed for waiting around for Yale and Trinity and Fairfield to do the right thing. They won't do the right thing themselves, so the people of Connecticut need to make them do so. Thank you so much.
James, thank you. See if there's any questions. No, I don't see any. Thank you for your patience and for your impassioned testimony. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. So up next is Sivan Hines with Hartford Promise, and their shoes. Floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, everyone, because now it's evening. So I'm Sivan Hines. I'm Senior Director of College Partnerships and Scholar Success at Hartford Promise. I'm here today to voice my support for both HB 5239 and SB 203, perhaps from a slightly different perspective than we've heard already. I'm a fairly new resident of Connecticut, having moved here in 2022. And what I've learned in a short time is that Connecticut has a long history of being one of the most prosperous states in America, but it's now facing significant challenges in both income inequity and a growing workforce shortage. The benefits of a college degree are numerous, as this committee well knows, but Connecticut data shows that currently in our state, only 18% of Latino residents and 23% of Black residents have college degrees. For cities like Hartford, the one I work in, those numbers are even lower. Given the great and growing diversity of Connecticut's overall population, this number has to change if Connecticut's going to continue to prosper. As you on the committee are all aware, in our poorest cities, the school systems are already burdened with being significantly under-resourced. There's simply not funding for helping students prepare for and apply to college. In many cases, there aren't even college counselors. Funding HB 5239 would be one critical way to help address this. In my role at Harvard Promise, I currently work with over 500 smart, talented young people from Harvard, and over 70% of them are first-generation college students. That includes 2 at Yale right now, Brian and Troy, who I can proudly say have a 3.7 and 4.0 GPAs, respectively. With the help of our $20,000 scholarship and deep wraparound services in high school and college, these students have not only enrolled in college, but they're persisting and thriving. In addition, over the past 4 years, almost 300 Harvard Promise scholars have graduated college and are making huge contributions to the Connecticut workforce. Many examples come to mind. Chanel, the engineer at Electric Boat, Assad, the cash analyst at Travelers, and Gabriella, the operations manager for the city of Hartford, are just a few. But they and their fellow Harvard Promise scholars have faced many challenges to get their college degree, and there are many talented students like them throughout our state who, without the additional resources that HB 5239 could provide, would not be able to enroll in and succeed in college. In addition to the equity argument that we've talked about all day today, the economic one is real. If Connecticut's going to continue to thrive, it really can't afford to let all that potential talent go to waste. Lastly, I just wanted to talk about my support of SB 203 from both a personal and a professional role. I was one of those privileged people who received both my undergraduate and medical degree from an Ivy League school just up the road from Yale. I went to Brown. And if SB 203 applied to Rhode Island, I'd still support it. I can't believe that this bill is going to affect alumni support substantially. My 2 children chose not to go to Brown. They went to Columbia and the University of Michigan, and my husband and I are still strong financial supporters and very involved alumni at Brown. I've pointed out to many of my fellow alums that our children already have substantial benefits and extra resources as a result of the fact that their parents went to an Ivy League school. Our kids don't need or deserve, honestly, an additional legacy benefit. I felt it before, but I know it for sure now through my role at Harvard Promise. Your support of both these bills needs to be tied together. It would be so unfair and honestly cruel to encourage and prepare first-generation college students for college, to tell them, work hard, overcome all of these barriers, and the prize of college is there in front of you, and then say, oh, wait, actually, your chances of getting into that dream college are less because you don't have legacy status, something that obviously is beyond their control. Our kids in Connecticut deserve better. This panel has a chance to try and make a change for that. In this work, I know that we are so far from leveling the playing field, but supporting both of these bills is at least an opportunity to move us in the right direction. So thank you for the chance to testify, and I'm happy to take any questions on either personal or professional level.
Thank you very much. See if there are any questions. I know the hour is getting late, so to speak. People are getting hungry probably. But no, I do appreciate your time and your patience and of course your testimony. So thank you very much. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Amy Dowell. She is with Education Reform Now Connecticut and joining us in person. Hi, Amy.
Hi, thank you to Chair Senator Slapp and Representative Haddad and the committee for the opportunity to testify today and for raising this bill. My name is Amy Dowell. I'm the Executive Director of Education Reform Now CT, and I am here to testify in support of Senate Bill 203. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona, some of you may know him, said recently, "I think it's time in our country that we're honest about college admissions processes and check ourselves. Does this reflect the values of what we want our higher education institutions to be?" You have an opportunity to make Connecticut the very first state in the country to end the use of legacy preference in admissions for all colleges and universities, public and private. After all, Connecticut has some of the very best colleges in the country, so we have a great responsibility to house them with integrity. It's only natural for us to take the lead on promoting accessibility to these great institutions. But right now, over a quarter of all four-year institutions in our state consider alumni status in admissions. That includes institutions that rely on state and federal dollars to maintain their operations and support their students. You will hear from private colleges that they should not be regulated or forced to comply. In fact, you did. They might claim a bill like this will dissuade children of alumni from applying to their schools or impact fundraising, which no research on this subject has ever substantiated, or infringe on their autonomy, which should and must have limits when it comes to structural discrimination, like all other civil rights protections. Why choose to stay on this racist and classist wrong side of history? There are many state regulations that may seem worthy to oppose, but this one really shows broken values in plain sight. These are the values Secretary Cardona is spotlighting. The president of Fairfield University, embarrassingly the college with the lowest number of admitted Pell recipients in the nation, said that passage of this bill would be detrimental to our university community. When I hear that, it sounds to me much like the NIMBY rhetoric around character you might hear at a local zoning board meeting, and it's kind of a dog whistle. I want to share some important data and be clear that by supporting this bill, you are not only behind a policy that is morally right, but also can move the needle on equity in a way that can be measured. Required for all 11th graders, as you know, in Connecticut, over 21% of the students who took the 2023 SAT self-reported that they would be first-generation college applicants. By definition, all of these students would be disadvantaged when they apply to Connecticut colleges that use legacy preference. Is that upholding values? I want to just thank the amazing students. Some of the best testimony I've really ever heard in any hearing. The young leaders that spoke today on this matter. They make Connecticut proud, and they can see the future on this issue. Thank you to you and the members for your time and considering a new chapter for higher education in our state.
Amy, thank you. I'm going to ask you one question,
Okay.
and that's we've heard in this committee this afternoon, early evening, but also, nationally, there's been some argument that people who are concerned about, racial diversity at these schools, saying, well, look, we've had legacy in place for a long, long time, 100 years or whatever, and now some of these schools are getting more racially diverse, and we're going to get rid of it, and that's not fair, and that we're finally in a place where legacy might benefit people of color. So I'm just wondering if you can respond to that.
I mean, I think that argument has been mostly coming from Yale, and the truth of the matter is they do have an opportunity to give more students a leg up because of their financial security as an institution. They have an incredible endowment, and that frees up a lot of resources to do important work to diversify their student body. But that doesn't actually negate the unfairness and the inherent injustice of continuing a practice like that. And Yale should really be setting the example, not following suit with other colleges. They are a flagship college, institution, nationally respected, and I find it distasteful that they're kicking and screaming their way through this rather than setting an example with so many resources and so much influence.
Yeah, one thing I did find interesting, and we just kind of ran out of time with some of the other panelists, but that the prevalence of legacy, the existence of legacy, was actually one of the arguments, right, that the Supreme Court justices used, some of them, to strike down race-conscious admissions, because they said, you, the schools, have not exhausted all of your options when it comes to increasing diversity. So the schools are lamenting the Supreme Court decision, yet they contributed to it. I don't know if there's a question there.
No, it's just a lot of hypocrisy. Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks
you
for your
both.
patience. and
Thank
time.
you.
Okay, Kalonda Mall is up next from Waterbury Promise. And then we have, I believe, two more speakers.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Good evening. I know it's late, so thank you so much for having me here today. So good evening, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Kalonda Mall, and I am here with my staff member, Hetty Ayers, testifying on behalf of Waterbury Promise, a nonprofit organization dedicated to building a generation of college graduates in Waterbury, Connecticut. Our mission is to increase college aspirations, reduce financial barriers, and inspire every student toward post-secondary education and completion. I am here to support House Bill 5239. Waterbury Promise provides college preparedness to high school students, and this is one aspect of our program. Still, we also focus on a continuum of support that includes college success and career readiness. We truly help disadvantaged students not only get to college, but thrive there, persist through graduation, and be career ready to join Connecticut's workforce to eliminate the growing poverty that we face in our inner cities. We are asking the committee to include nonprofit organizations focused on college access and success that continue to support students through college completion. As you consider expanding the program, this legislation, if expanded, will provide grant opportunities to support our work here in Waterbury and help to continue our mission. We are newbies. We launched in late 2021. Waterbury Promise's comprehensive college access and success model is centered on a generous last dollar scholarship to provide up to $5,000 per student per year of college, which is up to $20,000 per year. Equally important are the critical wraparound support services we provide to help talented Waterbury students get to college, persist through graduation, and be career ready. We have nearly 400 scholars in just 2 years, which come from all walks of life. And these programs have been essential in breaking down barriers to post-secondary education and completion, especially since 68% of our scholars are first generation, 78% are students of color, many are low to moderate income, and some are pursuing higher education without any parental support. To become a Waterbury Promise Scholar, you must be a Waterbury resident, attend all 4 years of a Waterbury High School, achieve a 3.0 GPA or better, have a 90% cumulative attendance rate or better, apply to a 2-year or 4-year accredited college here in Connecticut. We want our scholars to stay in Connecticut. We want them to be able to come back and work. And of course, they have to submit the FAFSA. As you may know, Waterbury lags significantly behind the state in terms of enrollment in college within 1 year of high school graduation, college persistence, and college graduation rates, both in 4 and 6 years. Within the city, students of color trail behind their white counterparts across these same metrics. Only 18% of city's adults ages 25 and up possesses a bachelor's degree. The state average stands at 41%. Long-standing peer programs like our friends at Hartford and New Haven Promise boasted high college persistence and graduation rates, and a significant number of alums are employed locally and within their respective programs and partnerships. With our support, 89% of our 2022 cohort persisted to their sophomore year. We are even hearing that Bridgeport, Connecticut wants to start a Promise program in the near future. There are over 300 variations of the Promise programs across the country, working toward public and private support to create access to college, persistence, find meaningful careers, lessen student loan debt, and build connections for the local economy to grow with talented scholars at the table. I believe our Waterbury Promise program and the Power of Promise in Connecticut align with this goal of proposed legislation. And on a personal note, I just want to share that I've walked through our scholars' lives. I was the same girl who needed scholarships, needed grants, needed all the money that I could get, knowing that my mom was a single parent and my grandparents had no college education as well. So I was navigating college, not knowing what to do. And I had mentors, I had people who were in my corner, and that is what Waterbury Promise is. We are there with you while you're in college. We help you get to college, and we want to make sure that every scholar graduates. And as you can imagine, we're going to have about 800 scholars in the next 2 years supporting and coming back working locally in the state of Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. You did your level best to get through that in 3 minutes. You went a little bit over, but that's okay. I appreciate the effort, and I more so, I just want to say I appreciate your work. I think it's really important in Waterbury. One of the the consequence of the Supreme Court decision, of course, last year is that we took away some tools that colleges and universities use to ensure that first generation low income and usually minority students can successfully matriculate into college. But it's grassroots organizations, grassroots efforts on the ground in communities like yours that have really have the potential to make a lot of difference in ensuring that students with great potential don't fall the cracks because they don't have the right guidance and support. And so I appreciate your help and your work. And thank you very much for offering your testimony today.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you again. Up next is Seth Freeman. Seth, good to see you.
You as well, Senator Slapp. Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the committee. My name is Seth Freeman. I'm the president of Council of Connecticut Community Colleges, which represents full-time and part-time faculty and staff at Connecticut State Community College, adjunct faculty at University of Hartford and Charter Oak State College. I'm here to express our support for the following bills: House Bill 5238, House Bill 5239, Senate Bill 203, and Senate Bill 204. These proposed bills hold significant potential to enhance access, promote equity in admissions, and alleviate financial burdens on students. First, House Bill 5238, an act increasing the amount of minimum awards under the debt-free community college program, is a crucial step toward ensuring that financial constraints do not hinder individuals from accessing quality education. By raising the minimum award under the debt-free community college program, this bill will enable more students to afford tuition, textbooks, and other necessary expenses, thus reducing barriers to entry. Similarly, House Bill 5239, an act expanding the Connecticut Collegiate Awareness and Preparation Program, is vital for expanding opportunities for college readiness among Connecticut's youth. By expanding this program, we can provide more comprehensive support to students, particularly those from underserved communities, in navigating the college application process, assessing financial aid, and understanding the importance of post-secondary education. This bill not only empowers individuals to pursue higher education, but also strengthens the state's workforce and economy in the long run. Next, Senate Bill number 203, an act concerning the consideration of familial relationship during the admissions process by an institution of higher education, addresses a critical aspect of equity in college admissions. By forbidding the consideration of familial relationships during the admissions process, this bill guarantees that all applicants are assessed solely on their merits and their potential to enrich the academic community. It promotes fairness and transparency, which we support. And lastly, Senate Bill number 204, an act expanding the debt-free community college program and naming the award after Mary Ann Handley, does two things. It expands access to debt-free community college by eliminating the requirement that an individual must have graduated from a Connecticut high school, and two, pays tribute to the legacy of Mary Ann Handley, a dedicated advocate for education in Connecticut. Barbara and I spoke better than I could ever imagine or try to about Mary Ann, so I'll just refer to his testimony. In conclusion, I urge the committee to support House Bill 5238, House Bill 5239, Senate Bill 203, and Senate Bill 204. Thank you, committee, for your tireless work today and throughout the entire session, and for the opportunity to address you today.
Seth, thank you so much. Let me see if there's any questions. No, I don't see any. So again, have a great evening. We appreciate your testifying and your patience. Thank you. All right. The last speaker of the evening is a gentleman by the name of Don Williams. Let's see if he's ready to go. Don is like my old TV days. I used to have to stretch in order to, to kill some time. So Don is, Representative Cooley, stretch. But so Don is an individual who we're waiting for him to come on camera here, who both Representative Haddad and myself worked for. Proudly called him boss, for many years. Back in those days, he would have been probably the first speaker. Uh, now you got to wait till 6 o'clock, but it's terrific to see you, and I hope you and your family are doing well, and look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Derek, and thank you, Representative Haddad and committee members. I know it's dinner time, if not beyond. I think I can do this in less than 3 minutes. So let me just say, yes, I'm a former state senator. I served in the Senate with Marianne Handley, and I support Senate Bill 204. But I've got to also mention that this has been an important and historic public hearing regarding legacy admissions in SB 203. I applaud the committee for your impressive research, data, the incisive questions you've asked today. Hopefully this discussion will continue and the bill will move forward. Now, expanding debt-free community college, the program that's out there, is going to help a lot of students. College is going to be more affordable, more accessible. That's incredibly important for students who might not otherwise be able to pursue their dreams. I also strongly support naming these debt-free awards after Professor and State Senator Marianne Handley. She was a lifelong crusader for Connecticut's community colleges. As you know, Marianne taught history and economics at Manchester Community College for 3 decades. She understood that education is the great leveler for so much in life. Marianne enjoyed her community college teaching career in large part because she knew she was helping students open the doors to opportunity and success. I had the good fortune of working closely with Marianne. She was committed to improving the lives of all state residents, especially those in the greatest need. As chairman of the Higher Education Committee and the Human Services Committee, she worked toward that goal with her colleagues on both sides of the aisle. She helped improve all branches of higher education with additional resources for academic programs, infrastructure, and student financial aid. She helped create the Husky Healthcare Program, resulting in crucial medical treatment for many hundreds of thousands of children and their families. Marianne helped Connecticut become the first state to legislatively recognize civil unions between same-sex couples and was a leader in establishing gay marriage. When asked about her commitment to higher education and promoting important human rights and opportunities, she said, "You have to go where your heart is." And that's where my heart is. Marianne would be proud of the work this committee has done to expand the opportunities of education to all students. This bill will continue that work by lessening the financial burdens that students face and by recognizing Marianne Handley's substantial contribution to our community college system and to children and families throughout our state. Thank you.
Boy, you nailed it. You were right at 3 minutes. So you still got it. That you get that ingrained, 3 minutes and you do it. So
Well, thank you for your indulgence, and thank you for hanging in there for such a long hearing.
Oh, of course. And Senator Marianne Handley was terrific and an impressive advocate, as you mentioned. I do want to just mention that, you know, her effort to expand pre-K and have universal pre-K that she cared so passionately about was something that I know that you picked up the baton and ran with and were able to really make a lot of progress and ensure that hundreds, if not thousands of children across Connecticut got good experience in pre-K. So I think that's, I know that, you know, you're too modest to mention that, but I think it is worth mentioning here at this late hour that the way that you really amplified Senator Handley's terrific work.
Yeah, thank you for that, Derek. And there are a lot of people involved, including yourself and Greg and other members of this committee.
All right. Well, I think that ought to do it. And thanks again for your testimony. Good to see you as always.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. That concludes all of our speakers' testimony and our public hearing. The Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee will be back next week, I believe, Tuesday? Are we back on Tuesday? Yes.
Yeah,
Tuesday is a hearing, Thursday likely a meeting, and also a hearing as we get closer to our JF deadline, which is essentially the middle of March. Right? So, okay. Thank you for the staff, and thank you for everybody, for hanging out with us here for 6 hours or so. All right.